Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is June the 29th. It is 2025 on the ancient moon calendar. It's 2026 on the ancient sun calendar. It is 5785 on the ancient Hebrew Israelite calendar, 10,066 on the ancient Yoruba calendar, and millions and trillions and millions of years on the ancient Moorish calendar. Our calendar starts before time even began to be recorded, Islam. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment and according to the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American Al-Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the divine sovereign living justices and Eggleston Pauline Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is like to jure Bay. All are in capitis diminution nolo in red ink. In propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capit et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal natural living head and body for our empire. We are the one and only ancient Al-Moroccan Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Shemites, Israelites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Moroccan empire. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earth-wide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. We are the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Article 3 living United States District for Columbia Court. And we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, divine ministers, possessors, grantors, and title trustors for all causes for action. We are all offices. All offices are under our authority, and our system is the trustee. We are peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our divine sovereign ascension. We do possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are not at war. We are not at war. We are not at war. And we are all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc, Islam. So let's go ahead and share our screen. We are just so grateful for all that our ancestors are doing through us. And we're just seeing the manifestation of everything that that we've placed on the public record as well, indeed, Islam. So since August the 3rd, 2018, when we leaned all debt actors, since that time, when we placed the first lien, the first universal government lien on the public record, just about 2/3 of all U.S.debtor facilities are no more. This includes all previously acting as churches, quote unquote, and again, we're not mad at churches, real ones. It's the ones that were acting as commercial mercenaries that we have leaned and placed in the proper place that they should be in, which is non-existent. Churches, quote unquote, and this is those previously acting as banks, schools, stores, restaurants, suppliers, retail outlets, etc. We have closed down 2/3 of all U.S.debtor facilities. Why is that important? That is important because each and every one of those debtor facilities were acting like tax collectors. That's the only reason that they existed, was to enact collecting taxes from the people in fiat debt notes. So our job, as assigned by our ancient ancestors, our foremothers and forefathers, our job and our responsibility as the owners, heirs, executors, trustors for this vast estate was to halt the enactments, halt the acting, and put our will on the public record and then manifest our will, which we are doing beautifully. We're way ahead of schedule because in our minds we had a schedule by which we manifested in the manner that we have, and we're way ahead of that schedule. So that is one of the reasons why in the enactments you've seen, and in the we call it the funny mirror, you've seen so many closures and the shutting down of the acting and all of that. Okay, nothing to be afraid of. Everyone is still, we're all still who we are, and we're going to continue to grow in prosperity, in wealth, in abundance, as we continue to manifest the will that our ancestors have placed within us, and that our ancestors are actually, we are the hands and the eyes and the mouth and the feet of our ancestors, and the body and the head of our ancestors returned. So that is, you know, some were a bit afraid initially when we started talking about and manifesting the liens. You know, we got emails and things where some were saying, what's going to happen to, you know, welfare? What's going to happen to Social Security checks? What's going to happen to all of that? And we just assured them that, you know, everyone's going to be fine. Everyone's going to eat. And guess what? It's been 7 years and no one has starved to death. We've been tested, but no one has starved to death. Okay. And even to this day, the abundance has manifested and is continuing to manifest. So how and why, how are we able to do this? Liens, levies, bonds, and debt cancellation. That's how we were able to do what we've done, which is shut down the enactments of tax collecting, because that's all it was an attempt to have us believe that others could come to our land and collect taxes when we said no. So we know the lien process, we know the debt cancellation process. We strongly encourage, and it's actually the law at this point, it's been the law that nationality be placed on the public record. So what we're stating is it's not just our opinion, it's the law actually, that everyone be properly identified. So placing all nationality plus the remaining 34 documents on the public record to include lien, levy, and bond on all letters. And when we say letters, we're talking alphabet letters, letters of any kind. We're talking numbers. It doesn't matter what language it is or any of that. To include those arrangement of letters that mother used to create our birth appellations. So this is what we mean by that. When our mother crowned us from her womb, she said, "You will be called Pauline Denise Ritchie," and you all, your holy sovereign mothers stated the same thing. That you would, you know, what you would be called, what your appellation would be, not what you would be called, but what your appellation would be. And then those holy birth appellations were previously illegally enacted as a dead letter homonym. And the root word of homonym is homo, which means one or same. Okay, dead letter homonyms. So it looked like Pauline Denise Ritchie. It sounded like it when they said it in their enactment, but that was not the one that my Holy Mother spoke. And the same with all indigenous, original indigenous, ancient peoples. There was a dead letter homonym. And let me state from a doula's perspective, and doula, that word is a very powerful word to those who assist with the birthing of the heirs, are called doulas also because there was a dual enactment on one side and truth on the other, which is what we're talking about here. There was us being born, and then there was the afterbirth. And the afterbirth is not the living baby, okay? And the afterbirth and the baby, there was an attempt to call one the other, because the afterbirth, once it comes from mother, it is no longer living afterbirth, okay? It's not a living being. But there was an attempt to switch and call the baby dead, and then use the nom de jure name of the afterbirth to war against the babies. So that was the enactment that was previously acted by actors. So what we've done is we state all letters, numbers, punctuations, signs, sounds, signals, and sigils, so that we, the currency controllers, cancel all debts in addition to personage debts. Personage debts is, for example, some thought that it was specifically their light bill or specifically their ticket that they got for speeding or something of that nature. Those are personage debts. That's a debt that's assigned to a person. Is that person the living, or is that person a dead corpse? For us, we are the living, and we own persons. So the key is that each and all personage debts must be cleared as we land at home, and that is simply to get us prepared to clear all the others as people come, as the living wake up and stand and be themselves. You can refer to your termination of all corporate contracts affidavit. Everything done in good faith is honored. So are we clear with what we're doing with debt cancellation and liens and levies and bonds? I know if you don't know all of those processes, just continue to study. The Spirit will reveal those to you. It is important that as we, the heirs, continue to stand and govern resources, that we know these processes, because they're going to be necessary for us to assist others who are coming. It is the paperwork, Islam. It has everything to do with the power of the pen. The pen is mightier than any weapon that could ever be displayed, because weapons can't even manifest if a pen says no. And the only way weapons do manifest is someone had to write something first. In Vaticano, or in the religious arena, it's called cannons. It's called a cannon because a cannon is a weapon if it's not peacefully stated. So there's a reason why arms are called guns. See, our arms, you know, if you see someone who's muscular, you say they're displaying their guns. There's a reason for that. But the Constitution says we have the right to bear arms. Bearing arms means holding up our own arms and writing what is necessary. Islam, Justice Consul.
Grand Rising to matriarchs.
Great rising.
One of the questions I want to ask, when you mentioned about the banks school, is that just in America or is that all over?
What was that? When we mentioned what, nobility?
About the schools, the banks, restaurants, and so on. Is that just in America or is that
earthwide? Earthwide. Earthwide. So many of the banks, those structured, those actors that were acting as banks, many of them have closed. Many, and you can actually go out onto Google and Google how many banks have closed in the last 7 years, and you'll see. Or you can do 5 years, or however many years you will to look at that data. How many banks have closed? Because see, those were not real banks. They were actors acting as banks. We're the real banks. Islam. Churches, quote unquote, as well. Church is not an ancient word. The word church is not an ancient word. Back before that word was coined, that was a legislative and a senatorial action. The word was originally ecclesia or ecclesia. And an ecclesia is simply a body of senators, which have always been us, who create and fund laws. We senators appropriate and allocate laws and line items in the law, and then we say, okay, this is the amount that we're going to put to manifest that law. This is the amount of money that we're going to appropriate and allocate to manifest whatever we have made the law, whatever law we've created. This is everywhere. Now, Justice Consul, let me state this about the question of where is all of this taking place. It's taking place everywhere, but you must do the work the same work that we're doing here. Everyone, all the nobility must do. That's what speaking with one voice is all about. That's why we can make these statements that we've made, and we see the manifestation of these statements, because other Moors earthwide are looking at what we're doing, and they're doing the same thing, because we're one. So it doesn't just happen. We make it happen as we continue to manifest where documentation is concerned, because all I can say is wow with the manifestation piece. Everything that we've stated is manifested or manifesting. Islam. One of the things that we see that is manifesting is a reversion of estate, some of our reversion of estate programs. The reversion of estate programs are things that we are doing. We've already started these things, and I just placed a link in the chat regarding what we're about to read right now. So here's what some of the reversion of estate programs. One of them is that that the original indigenous ancient people, as well as their subjects, are made whole. And I can't even say made whole because we were born whole. but for all of the experiments and all of the tests and testing that there is restitution for them. Yes, that there is restitution, not reparations, okay, not that, because reparations is something where slaves think that they are owed something for being slaves. That's not a thing. Slaves don't even have a voice to demand anything, okay? If they're still a slave, then they can't demand anything. The only ones who have the authority to command any tithes or offerings or restitution is the lords on the land, Islam. Millions in drug conviction refunds owed by Washington. When the Washington State Supreme Court ruled the state's simple drug possession law unconstitutional, nearly 4,000 inmates were released from custody. Hundreds of thousands more convicted under the law thrown out in 2021. And again, this is an enactment, but we're the ones who spoke it onto the record. Qualified for refunds from the state for court fees, fines, bail, and impound charges. But fewer than 2% of those eligible for claims have applied, according to, and we just scratched that out because that's not a real thing. It was some office that was pretending to be an office. The office estimates approximately 350,000 people were charged with the crime between 1971 and 2021. And let's just make it known that people cannot be charged with a crime. Persons can, but people cannot. So those who have proclaimed their nationality, and this is why nationality is so important. Once you proclaim your nationality, you're automatically due your estate. You're automatically stating that you're wealthy, extremely wealthy. It says here, this is unprecedented. So what happens is some of the, and this is one of the reversion of estate processes that we're getting everything ready to manifest, is they set up a table in their enactment offering food and services to those who need it. For those who came looking for supplies, they found they're going to be finding out that any previous enacted convictions are going to be wiped from their record because of the court ruling in 2021. Okay, and that's retroactive back since time immemorial, really, but it's going to be available, and is currently available. But see, more, this is what we're stating about the 40-something documents. When you put the 40-something documents on the record, you're automatically stating that you know what's in those 40-something documents and that you're qualified to do these types of reversion of estate actions. In the enactment, a man who was previously convicted of something came up to get food and services, quote unquote, and he had been struggling to finding a place to live because of his criminal past, quote unquote. And so he said he'd like to get that removed. It would make a big difference because we all know that, you know, in the enactment, those of us who had that stuff going on in the enactment, there were other dominoes that fell because of an enacted conviction of some crime or something, something that was claiming to be a crime, when we know that 99% of what was going on was not a crime, Islam. So that is one of the things that we stated we were going to do, and we stated this back in 2020 and 2021, and even as far back as 2019. Once we knew and began placing our own courts and our own money and our own banking and our own everything on the public record, we stated that this was one of the programs that we were implementing. Know this, that as we implement these programs, because they're all, but see, again, they have to be implemented in your life, for you, by you first. I had to free myself first. I had to know who I was first before I could start doing these things, canceling debt and all of that. I had to know who I was first. I had to free myself from fake policy enforcers and fake actors and all of that first. I had to do it for me first and then for everyone else, because why? Judgment begins with the Lord's first. We judge ourselves, and then we say, okay, this is how this is fixed, this is rectified. Okay, this is one of the programs at all the territories we will have eventually, where we just start ensuring that people that we tribute to the heirs and to our subjects that which is due. Freedom and other things, Islam. So that previous system, the thing that was acting as a system, we're going to be assisting with others with that. But again, even those that we assist, they have to, number one, will to be assisted. So we don't have to try to convince anybody. They'll come when that previous enactment of a system starts choking and putting pressure on them. They'll come. We don't have to try and convince anyone. We don't have to try and win anybody over. They'll come. They'll come. As the debt and all of that becomes a heavy weight, they'll come. And this is just a statement for those who feel like you have to try and convince your family, your clans, your children, your parents, whomever. You don't have to convince them. They will be convinced when you free yourself first, and then you start assisting others with freeing themselves as well. Because ultimately, everyone has to will to be free, and then they have to do the work themselves, so that any assistance that we give them will actually assist them. So, it's important that that we know that every word that we placed on the public record is manifesting. Every word. For those who are at the different territories, you'll start to see manifestations like this at your territories as well. This one is for the work that we've done here, but it's applicable everywhere. So this is a mirror image of the work that we've done. Okay. Did you all know, and this is something that I recently found out, I did not know this. Some knew it, but some did not. At the Statue of Liberty, quote unquote, there is a poem placed discreetly within the quote unquote Statue of Liberty. We should have known when we saw that thing being put up there that there was something foreign about it. But there is a poem, and this is what the poem says. And again, this is a sidebar. I just found this interesting. And it lets us know that that thing that we've been looking at, calling it a Statue of Liberty, that's not really what that is. This poem tells you what that really is. It says, the poem that's posted under that thing is, it says, not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, brazen being made of brass. That's what brazen means. Originally, that's what brazen meant made of brass. So it's talking about the original people. It says, not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. So we used to put up our original statues and memoriams had arms stretched out from land to land. Okay, so what we did was we would put different really huge statues like the ones they have in Russia and other places, and from one statue to the next, they would have something connecting them. It says, here at our sea-washed sunset gates. So now you know they're talking about foreigners, because we go from land to land, and they go from sea, as in lost at sea, and sunset, which means the end for them. It says, here at our sea-washed sunset gate shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. So they've been telling you that that was a Statue of Liberty, but it's really a mother. It's called Mother of Exiles. Not mother for all people, not mother for the living, but Mother of Exiles. Exiles being those who don't have a homeland. Those that have been booted out. Everywhere they go, they get booted because they are doing craziness. So we know that's not talking about the original indigenous people. It says, from her beacon-hand, flows world-wide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Keep ancient lands your storied pomp. So what they're saying is, if you're from the ancient lands, we don't really want to hear from you. It says, cries she with silent lips, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. And if you'll notice, those ones that were calling themselves immigrants, this is what they quote often, the original immigrants. Your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. That means they couldn't breathe where they were at. Breathe and breath is a sign of life. Okay? It's a sign of life. It says, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. That is who they were stating they are, based on their status, is wretched refuse. Refuse, we talked about that word last week, refuse. And the moment we said refuse, this popped up into our awareness. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed, to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Okay? So there's no such thing as a homeless Moor, because you don't fit this. You're not from a sea-washed sunset place. There's no such thing. You're at home the minute you put your feet on the ground. So this is the little hidden secret that Mother of Exiles was hiding in plain sight. stating who that really was for in the enactment. And so that has to go away so that the actual liberty statute can and will appear on our shores, on our land. Okay? So that's just a sidebar of something that we witnessed that we will to share. And again, that is why it was such a big deal. And whenever the homeless ones look at that statue, they just, they start weeping and all of that, because they are exiles, and that is their mother. And those are not ego statements, and those are not statements to condemn anyone. Those are truths, because there it is right there in the enactment. So in previous Congresses, and even in this Congress, we've been talking about capitalism. And as we continue to do the study on the use of capital letters and black ink and how that, because see, we have to tell our heirs about that. The heirs must know so that never happens again. Must tell our heirs about that, about capitalism and how it was a foreign act and an attempt to shift debt onto the people. So for those who will to do a little bit of study about capitalism, Wikipedia had some things there. There are different kinds of capitalism. There's welfare capitalism, there's state capitalism, and all of these different forms of capitalism are ways that the enacted usurpation of the estate happened. So that is why it is important for us to know what that means, what capitalism is, and we must erudite our heirs on that. We must. Any attempts to get you to give your name, the name that you own, because we don't have names, we own names, okay? Anything that says sign here or put your name here or add your vote here or sign this petition, all of that in the previous era was attempts to continue to use capitalism to get you to contract, because see, your consent was the contract. So we must, as a part of Moorish curriculum, from the very beginning, when our heirs are learning how to write, we should be telling them about, okay, but if you see something come and it's in all capital letters, just know that that's not about you, and that you rebut that. Because we must, when we're teaching them about capital letters and lowercase letters and all of that, that is part of the curriculum, as well as etymology. These are things that, as we continue to gather and continue to show our heirs and to teach our heirs what we will to teach them, that is how those are etymology and capitalism and things of that nature are part of the curriculum. We don't leave that out. We put that in there so that they know what they're looking at and why our history is what our history is. And again, our history is that we were born wealthy beyond belief. Well, how is it that the nobility could even attempt to fit in among commoners? How is that even possible? We know what our story is. Here, let's go back and show our story. This is our truth right here. Just a moment. Yep, we're going to keep it right there. Just a moment. This is our truth. We were born wealthy beyond all that any could think or even imagine. Shortly after birthing, we were placed among the commoners and treated as commoners, not knowing that we were not commoners. How can you fit the nobility in there like that? Capitalism is how it was enacted. Even in the animal husbandry schools, capital letters were used in school records and things of that nature. And then came the computer programs where you could just capitalize everything in the spreadsheet, or everything on the document could be capitalized with just a couple of clicks. Select everything and click all capital letters, and boom, everything was capitalized in the enactment. That is how you fit the nobility in with the commoners in that enactment. That's how it was done. So then that's when others were saying all men are created equal. If all men agreed to be in all capital letters in black ink, then that's how you do that. That's how you do it. So that when everyone sees the list, all the names look the same, except you don't know that you don't have a name, but that you own all names. That's how you do it. That's how you fit the nobility in to those frequencies. And then those who came from other places through Ellis Island and all of that, it was a step up for them to be in all capital letters and black ink. It was a step up for them. Did you know that? Yeah, it was. It was a step up because they got to pretend to be equal with God. Pretend to be equal with the nobility. This is first, second, and third grade curriculum. First, second, and third grade curriculum is etymology and capitalism. Because if the heirs are learning how to write their names, their holy appellations rather, then they should know that there's a name that was previously attempting to be attached to that. This is what it looks like, and if you didn't write it and I didn't write it, then it's not valid. No matter what the paper says, it's not valid. We have to validate everything. We're the only ones who actually have the authority to validate debt. Did you know that? That no debt is valid unless we say it is. This is our story. Capitalism was a dead letter homonym enactment. Dead letter homonym enactment. A homonym is a word that sounds like another word, but it looks like another word too, but it doesn't have the same meaning. Doesn't have the same meaning. And everyone who was previously, quote unquote, convicted of some, quote unquote, crime, where the original indigenous people are concerned, capitalism had to be used in order to even enact that, or else it couldn't be done. Or else it couldn't be done. okay? No one can convict you of anything because you're the people. We actually have to correct our own and judge ourselves and correct our own behavior, lest our ancestors do it, and none of us want that. So now we have to, we're fixing. We have fixed and will continue to assist others in correcting the record. The record is correct. We just have to manifest it correctly. We've already started. That's already begun. There were some things that we will to read in some of these where capitalism is concerned. But the links, we've placed them in the chat regarding capitalism. Let's just take a quick look at one or two of these really quickly. So, welfare capitalism. Welfare capitalism is capitalism that includes social welfare policies and or the practice of businesses providing welfare services to their employees. Welfare capitalism, listen to this, in this second sense, or industrial paternalism. See, they're trying to, anyone, and this is why what we're doing is so important. This is why what we're doing is so important. The one that's feeding you and taking care of you and providing services to you is pretending to be your parent. Paternity. They're pretending to be your father. That's what paternity is. Maternity is mother. And that is why back in the day, if a woman had children, she would qualify for welfare unless there was a man in the house. So the men had to go away so that the quote unquote, the actors acting as state could come in and pretend to be father to the children and provide the checks every month to the children. This is why we had to do what we had to do, because there was an entity pretending to be a state that was trying to claim the heirs. That's our future, the heirs, by capitalizing the names and getting us to agree to accept whatever they sent and allowing them to provide baby formula and all of that for our heirs when we could breastfeed our heirs and then provide food for our heirs from the land and from our mercantilism and our commerce and our own, all of that. Okay? So, this is why what we've done and what we're doing is so important about those capital letters. Because, see, this is showing you that they pretended to be the mother and father. And even if you could be 45 or 50 years old, and they would still say that you're a minor and that they're your mother and father because they feed and take care of you. And you keep accepting in anything that they send in all capital letters and black ink, welfare checks and welfare and food stamps and things, and we're not mad at that. We're not mad at that by any means. We just have to point the truth of the matter out. That is our job. That is our responsibility. So here it says capitalism is, it's not even saying that it's capital letters. It's saying that it's an economic system. Y'all see that? An economic system based on private ownership of the means of production. This is why the national trade launch was so important. Because, see, you had a foreign, incompetent actors pretending to be your mother and father and pretending to produce everything that has to do with you. Privately, not publicly, privately. That's what private commercial paper is all about. That's what everything they sent was capital letters in black ink. If you were to get quote unquote government cheese in the enactment, or no matter what it is, paychecks on the jobs and all of that. And again, we're not mad at any of that, but we're going to point out the truth and let you know that we didn't have to accept it that way. We don't have to continue that way because, see, this is the same economic system that kept throwing our heirs into jail in the enactment. You see how that works? Give them a little bit of cheese. Don't tell them they're the heirs to all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. Give them a little bit of cheese and stuff. And then once they say, oh, okay, I'll take all of this little stuff you've given, I'll take all of that. Okay, then when they call you to them fake courts and them fake jails, you got to go take that too. Because that was the ultimate goal in the first place. Right? That's why the capital letters were so important for us to rebut. That's why. So our fiduciary document, get it on the record, Moors. Get that document on the record. Look at this. It says, capitalism is an economic system based on the private ownership of the means of production and for their use for the purpose of obtaining profit. Duh. Throwing you in jail so they make a profit. Islam nobility.
Can you restate? You said what document needed to be found?
Place the fiduciary, our fiduciary affidavit on the public record. That's one of the. You probably already have it on the record, Justice Ogunwale.
Yes.
It's one of the 40 documents. I believe it's number 6. I believe, but don't quote me on that. Go back and look at the list. And again, we put for everyone who hears this, we place those documents, link to those documents under the videos at Light to Jury Bay channel. This socioeconomic system has developed historically through several stages and is defined by a number of basic constituent elements. Now, Morris, these elements that we're about to read out to you are ones that did not belong to any foreigners at all. The only way they could get them or enact getting them is capital letters in black ink. And if we accepted capital letters in black ink, they could easily say, okay, you all are the poor people and we're the wealthy people. And all our fiat is real. That's what capitalism was trying to say, was enacting. It says here private property. Private property is not even a part of a constitutional claim for anybody who's not original and indigenous. Did you know that? It's only by capitalism that even was enacted. So whenever you go through around the territories and you see a sign that says private property in capital letters, no matter what color the ink is, if you didn't put it there, that ain't private property. And then it says here, profit motive. Well, if you're to claim a profit, that means you have to have a money system in place, don't you? Because you got to be selling something to make a profit or pushing something. And then it says here, capital accumulation. And we know that, listen, let me just tell you what the capital was. It says capital accumulation is the dynamic that motivates the pursuit of profit involving the investment of money or any financial asset. That means you, Morris, not when you didn't know who you, it was when you did not know who you were that you were considered a financial asset to someone else. With the goal of increasing the initial monetary value of said asset as a financial return, whether in the form of profit, rent, interest, royalties, or capital gains. So in your sleep, Moors, in the enactment, you were the capital. You were the way that anybody was enacting making profit on anything, whether it be pulling you over and throwing you in jail, or whether it be selling you something at a grocery store and taxing it double and triple the amount that it cost to produce it. Means of production. It's called capitalism for a reason. And then, as a simple gesture, they had you to take off your turban and fez and put on a baseball cap to show. And the baseball cap had all capital letters on it, just to show and prove that you still don't know who did not know who you were at the time in that enactment. Nike baseball caps and all of that. That meant that your scalp was missing, that you had been scalped and decapitated, and now you're pretending to be one of them. You're pretending to be capital. And that is why you see certain ones wearing baseball caps with all capital letters on them, because they're telling everybody they've been scalped and decapitated. Here, let's go ahead and just show you really quickly what that looks like. There it is right there. This is proof that someone's been decapitated and scalped. It's a cap, and it takes the place of your turban and your fez. That's why it's all capital letters. That's not a mistake. And what's 45 minus 47? It's -2. It's a negative number. It's a debtor number, isn't it? 40. That's a math problem. Did you know that was a math problem? It is. 45 minus 47 is a -2. So you got to be careful what these turbans and fezzes mean something. This means that you've not been decapitated, and that you got your head on your shoulders, and that you're in complete control of your faculties.
Islam.
Turbans and fez. Islam nobility.
I just seen something on the cap. The 45 breaks down to 9, and the 74 breaks down to 11.
Of
even
course.
though the minuses to the 9/11.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. And what's 9 minus 11?
Still -2.
It's still -2. And people sitting up there taking off their turbans and fez and putting that thing on their head. Why? I'm just asking. Because I'm a judge and I'm a justice and I ask questions.
Islam.
Islam in prison.
I was just recently bowed to again. So those turban and fezes, other folks know what that is. But I'm always surprised, because I'm not looking for that. And so when people turn to me and they bow, I'm like, okay, we were the only ones that didn't know this. So it does matter, Islam.
Yes, indeed. Someone put Title 18, Section 911. Let's take a look at what they put in the chat. Oh, that's so good. That is so good, nobility. Title 18, United States Code, subsection 911. Found within Title 18 of the United States Code addresses the offense of falsely representing oneself as a citizen of the United States. That is the message that's being sent. Specifically, it states that anyone who falsely and willfully represents himself to be a citizen of the United States is subject to a fine, imprisonment for up to 3 years or both. U.S. There it is right there. They're saying this is the U.S. code for a reason. So we would have to clean it up and specify which U.S. and what United States and all of that. But look at this. Those of you who think that having a driver's license and a passport issued by the U.S., you need to look at this. It says to be convicted under this statute, the prosecution must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made a false claim of U.S. citizenship. The defendant knew the claim was false. The defendant made the false claim with the intent to deceive, and the false claim was made to someone with a legitimate reason to inquire about the defendant's citizenship status. That means they have to have the authority to even ask. Not a legal reason, not a lawful reason, but a leg reason. See, zombies have legs. Zombies have legs, don't they? This is why they're saying they're using this word specifically. Not a legal reason, not a lawful reason. And see, anyone making those claims of a U.S. citizen and using passport, driver's license, birth certificate, and all that by falsehood, they're automatically a defendant. That means you've already entered yourself into a fake court by way of capitalism, because those documents have all capital letters on them when it comes to names. So there were some, when we first started talking about capital letters and black ink, some were saying, oh, it don't matter whether you use that. Oh, yes, it does matter. Some were saying it doesn't matter. It matters. It matters. And now you see how it's all connected. That's why we write our own things, our own documents. We issue our own everything. And here it says right here, this statute is part of Chapter 43, which deals with false impersonation. That means person is a false person.
Excuse me, Empress?
Yes, Islam.
Yes, it's Islam. Yes, I was just trying to make a 15-minute comment, but what you said about the Title 18, Section 911, and I know I was recently declined for a bank account, and so I have put that in my document along with I mentioned the Constitution and the 13th Amendment and the 12th section saying that the citizens of Africa can never be, United States citizens. And so I would just, I guess the energy of it, in terms of what you're mentioning now as to what I had recently gone through, because the whole thing is I'm thinking of the situation as far as the decline as a nationality or discrimination, what have you. And so I was just trying to make that comment. That's all, because the three of the banks that I had been previously declined with, I had accounts with them before, utilizing the regular state corporation driver's license. I knew it had that birth certificate adhesion, contact adhesion, and so I was just, I just wanted to make that comment because, yeah, you're so correct in what you're saying, and I'm just, eager to get this whole thing squashed. But, that's all. I'm done.
So let me just ask the Congress, because they're going to help you with that. Congress, what do you hear coming out of her mouth as to her demonstration? What do you hear her saying?
Islam,
Empress Shasha.
What I'm hearing is that she's referring to the subjects as the bank. She's the bank.
Yes.
And that she made application. She asked. That is, she said they're the bank. We don't need to go any further. So, I yield.
But you know what, Empress Shasha? See, you and I know that, and so we could stop it right there. But let's lean in on that for those who don't know, because see, the Empress that was speaking, Empress, we honor that you're demonstrating who you are. We honor that. We want you to know that. We also want to make it clear to everyone that even though you have declared your nationality years ago, because Empress, you've known who you are for years, haven't you?
I have, and it wasn't. Yes, I have, and it wasn't so much an application; it was an affidavit for the bank, because they were just every bank that I had. Just real quick, every bank that I had gone to for the so-called trust, they would never pinpoint exactly what's required. And even though I looked at the so-called corporate, what have you, I still provided some of that information, except those that did not apply to me, to these such financial institutions. And then, I just,
okay.
So 2 years.
Did you hear what Empress Shasha said? Did you hear what Empress Shasha said about what you've been saying? Did you hear what she said?
I don't think I understood it.
I don't think you did either.
It wasn't a so-called application, but it was an affidavit for the bank, and then I provided, the certificate of trust and all that other stuff. But
Empress, thank you for admitting that you didn't understand what she said. Thank you for admitting that, because it matters. That means that you're coming with clear, pure energy, and you really will to not be in denial, but to hear the truth. So Empress Shasha, say it again. And she just did it again. Empress Lisa, you just did it again. What Empress Shasha said should not be done. Empress Shasha, go ahead and tell Empress Lisa Maria what she said that she cannot say if she expects to see good results from her demonstrations.
Empress Lisa Marie, so your statement was that they were the bank, and that is not the truth. You are the bank.
Yeah, I called them the hidden law, the hidden attorney conspirators. Because I'm just saying, every bank, every financial institution goes, well, we're going to have our legal department look at it. So
see, that's what I'm saying.
Nauseating.
Empress Lisa,
yes.
They're trying to tell you that they are not who they say they are. They're trying to tell you that.
All right.
They're not the bank.
All right.
They're not the bank. They're not a financial institution. They are subjects in the office of all of that. They're not the bank. You're the bank. But if you keep calling them the bank, they're going to keep acting like they don't know what the heck you're talking about, because they don't.
All right.
They're not competent to be a bank. You see? They're not competent to be a bank. But you keep calling them the bank. So they keep acting like, oh, well, I guess we better act like we're a bank and tell her no, because she still don't know we're not the bank. They're actors.
Yes, Empress. I do regret to say that I was not competent enough to enforce my so-called documents. So I pray that quickly, we'll have remedy,
Well, Empress, you are the remedy, and you just stated, and thank you for stating that there was still some competencies that must be overstood by you. They don't have any titles. They're not the bank. They're not bank tellers. They're not bank managers. They're none of that. They are subjects in the office of banks and bank tellers and things. And if you call them a bank, even in your most casual conversation, it's going to mess with your demonstration that you're doing. Because they have to do what you say.
I understand.
They have to do what you say. And if you say bank, they're going to start tap dancing like as if they were a bank. But we've done it many times, Empress, where we say subject, where they'll say, yes, I'm the manager, and I say, you're the subject in the office of manager, and the whole energy changes when we say that, and stay on that. Don't ever let them call themselves a manager, because they'll try and slip it in. And we say, no, subject in the office of manager. I'm the manager. We're the people are the manager. And I don't even necessarily put the energy on me being the manager. I say the people are the manager. We manage you. You're a corporation. You're a subject in the office of corporation, subject in the office of manager, subject in the office of teller. No, they're not a teller, because tellers actually have to have a mouth to tell something and have permission and authority to speak. And if we don't give them permission and authority to speak, they can't be a teller. Can't be a teller. You can't be a teller. You can't be a manager. Because who gave you authority to do that? We didn't delegate our authority to you. That's why, but see, when you call them a manager or you call them a teller, that's you delegating your authority to them. And then they start acting all nasty. If you want to see some stank stuff happening, please don't give them a title of any kind. Subject, 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 subject.
Yes,
that's it. No matter what they look like, if they're in that role, quote unquote, then they're subject in the office of. So, Empress, we thank you for your demonstrations. You've been at this for a while. When you get that part right there right, every word that you say will be honored. Every word that you state will be honored. Every word. Now, speaking of banking, Moors, and we don't want to, this is all a part of what we're talking about here, where capitalism and the fake and the fraud and all of that. Because see, Empress Lisa Maria, when you, this is the issue. When any of us give them an office and we call them a manager or a teller or whatever it is, or a police officer or anything like that, that means that we are agreeing to be a U.S. citizen. You see, because those are the only ones that they can tell what to do. And that's a false claim right here. That's a false claim. If we call them a police, or that's why we can't do it. That automatically makes you a defendant in a claim. And it says the false claim was made to someone with a legitimate reason to inquire. The legitimate reason is that you call them an officer, or you call them a bank teller, or you call them the bank. If you call them the bank, you're agreeing to be a U.S. citizen, and that's false. See, not only does their identity change by your word, but yours does too. That's a two-way street. That's why it's called currency. Because it's going both ways. The energy is going both ways. And it's all about what we say, not what they say. Listen, we have to know this right here. Because, see, we can't be changing who we are by calling them banks and tellers and all of that. And by calling fiat money, U.S. debt notes money. That's not money. That's why our language is so important. In the beginning was the Word was with God, us, and the Word is us. That means that the words that you say is going to determine who you are. This is why capitalism and knowledge thereof is so important. And this is why actors and their scripts are in all capital letters in black ink. It's a script out of Hollywood in the previous era's enactment. False impersonation. The person is the key. Anytime you give anyone who is not original and indigenous and who's pretending to have some type of a title, if you give them the title, that means you are falsely and willfully representing yourself to be a citizen of the United States under the U.S. code, which is not even a real code, to be honest with you. But see, it's all fiction. That's why all capital letters in black ink is called a legal fiction. That's why it's called a legal fiction. See, this information was not, you weren't supposed to know this. They want you to keep calling them a bank. But see, here's the thing. Ultimately, any of us can go anywhere on the land. And as long as you know that they're subjects and you call them subjects, they got to do what you tell them. I don't care if it's open the vault and give me everything in it, which you don't want none of that stuff in anyway. It ain't supposed to be nothing in there but gold and silver and delarium. That's the only thing that's supposed to be in a bank vault. And, of course, you can put your documents with your holy autograph on it. Of course, that. But do you see why it's so important? And then let's look at one other code here, too. This is a good one. The nobility that put that in the chat, let me just make sure that I thank you for that. It says A. Bay. Thank you for putting that in there, Title 18-911. Let's look at Title 1, Section 1. The very first one is talking about what? Words, numbers, letters. It says, and so forth. words denoting number, gender, and so forth. It says, in determining the meaning of any act of Congress, unless the context indicates otherwise, words. It's about the word. We can stop right there. But look, it says words importing the singular include and apply to several persons, parties, or things. Those are court action words right there. Article 1, Section 1. Article 1, Section 1, that's because they're trying to give a hint here that it's all about the words and about the persons. Persons, parties, and things. It's all about that. And then they set forth to quote unquote capitalize all of that. It says here the words insane and insane person shall include every idiot, insane person, and person non-compos mentos. In other words, if you claim to be a U.S. citizen, you're automatically considered insane and incompetent. Non-compos mentos. Mentis, rather. Non-compos mentis. Mentally insane. That means you can't compose a mental thought that makes sense. That's what non-compos mentis is. Insane. So if you call them a bank, you're admitting to being insane, whether it be temporary insanity or otherwise. And for us, we're not insane.
Islam.
Islam nobility.
Peace and great grand rising to all the Muslims.
Grand rising nobility.
Of love and respect to the press.
Islam.
Yes.
Oh my God, you.
Go ahead, nobility.
Just want to add that the Bible said, shouldn't give no titles unto no man.
Yes.
Hey, Islam.
What he's referring to is Job, the 32nd chapter, verses 21, 22, and 23, I believe.
I am so stupid. I come to these calls every week, and I've been
really quickly. I think it was this one. Here it is right here. It's in the King James Version, quote unquote. And again, and we really could have started at verse 20. I will speak, verse 20, that I may be refreshed. I will open my lips and answer. That means no one's going to represent you. You'll speak for yourself. Then it says, let me not, I pray you, accept any man's person, neither let me give flattering titles unto man. For I know not to give flattering titles. We know not to do that. In so doing, my maker would soon take me away. In other words, the quickest way for you to, and we've seen this before, the quickest way for someone to be enacted as being arrested is by calling them judges and banks and all of that. We don't do that. It's against the law. There it is right there. It's even in the Biblios, but I bet your preacher didn't tell you that. Is there anyone at this Congress whose preacher read this scripture and said, don't accept any man's person, because if you do, they can take you away. They can arrest you. I know mine didn't. I think if mine would have known, he would have said something because he was my father. But he didn't know. So this is all about capitalism. Any man's person is, a person is, again, all caps, black ink, capital letters, and you didn't write it. And here's the thing, with capitalism, we don't have to write capitalism anyway because we have our persons that we own. And our persons are not in all capital letters and black ink. We can say what we will and do what we will. So even as we're doing the things that we're doing, we're demonstrating, we know what capitalism is. We've talked about it before. We're going to continue to talk about it because there are Moors coming in who need to know. There are Moors who have been doing, let me tell you something. Moors who have known who they were for 20, 30, and 40 years, and they still will call a subject in the office of bank a bank. So we have to prepare for everyone to come. And everyone who's coming, we all have to be willing to hear one another and to grow by what we hear from one another. There are Moors who are in their 30, 40, 50th year of knowing who they are, and they will still go and call a fake a judge. Don't do it. So growth mindset over fixed mindset. The demonstrations that we have done in the past have worked. We see that. As we expand our governing processes, protocols, and presentments, be prepared to addendum or update them as necessary. And this is what I'm talking about. We must always be in the mindset of growth. Okay? The only mindset of ours that should be fixed is that we're not Negro, Black, is the foundations. We're not Negro, Black, colored, African American. That's fixed. That's never going to change. We never were that. So that is the foundation. On top of that is going to be the growth and the flexibility. Be flexible as we continue to build our land, our government, our operations, our processes, our procedures, and all other. Because I have heard some, who they hear some of the things we state, and if you go listen to some of the videos from 5 years ago, we'll say, do it this way, and then we grew, and the ancestors gave us more keys to the estate and more access, and we said, okay, now we're going to do it by court action instead of just everybody just speaking generally and doing things. We're going to do it by court action. Well, some are not flexible. In their minds, they are not willing to be flexible to say, okay, we're doing it this way now. Anytime you hear someone who's not willing to be flexible in their growth and in the rising, you have to kind of step back, because they're going to get stuck if they don't change that mindset. We don't flex on, we're not flexible when it comes to nationality. No, we're not going to start calling ourselves Black, Negro, colored, and all that, and we're going to continue to state that Negro, Black, colored, and African American is not us. Because we've seen some videos where they took off their turban and they started talking about Black this and Black that after knowing that they're Moors. We're not doing that. In other words, there's no room for movement there. We're always going to be ourselves. And we are not Negro, Black, colored, African American ever. We never have been and never will be. But everything on top of that, when we first started doing this work, we were using black ink all the time, using black ink. Because the ancestors said, hey, get this done. This part introduced the Moorish American Consulate and the Moorish National, introduced that from your perspective, because we've always been. But it was our turn to introduce. And we did that initially in black ink. And sometimes we used all capitalized words. The ancestors said, get it done, we got it done. And then they said, okay, now start doing things in red. Do these in red, which is our affidavits, and then do these in blue, which is anything beneath that. Anything in the legal area is in blue, anything lawful is red. So always be flexible and be prepared to to learn more or remember more and do more. Islam. Islam, Justice.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, could you break down what's the difference between lawful and legal?
Sure. So anything that we do that is lawful, we do it on 8.5 by 14 size document. And it is speaking about that which has always been and will always be. Our courts have always been and will always be. So on our 8.5 by 14 documents, you're always going to see court action language at the top because our courts have always been. So you'll see this at the top. This is the lawful right here. Our letterhead is lawful. Okay. When we speak into the legal realm and the legal jurisdiction, that's when we go to the nationalized logo for Nike, or the nationalized logo for King County Superior Court, or the nationalized logo for Duke Power and so Proctor Electrical Company and all of that. That's the legal realm. So what we do is we put legal and lawful together with our identity. That's the threesome: legal, lawful, and our sovereignty, our identity. When you put those three together, it's a wrap. That means that you're competent and you know exactly what you're doing. Okay. So does that clarify? Legal is nationalized logos and letterhead from the companies and things like that. The lawful is our government ancient letterhead that you see on the screen on 8.5 by 14. That's the lawful.
Islam. That's perfect. Thank you so much. I wanted to ask you also, so how would you actually nationalize on a legal side a corporation?
Okay.
For those who don't know.
Okay, for those that don't know, thank you, Nobility. For those that don't know, let's say we're going to speak from our position as the Chief Justice and Chief Magistrate for King County Superior Court, because we issue rulings from there all the time. We issue rulings from wherever we will to issue rulings from. Well, you can see that they have a logo here. When you click on that, you see that they have a logo here at the top. There's the logo right there. It says it's a photo facing to the left that it resembles Martin Luther King. So when we speak, when we're talking about nationalizing the logo, let us show you what we did to do that. There it is right there. So what we did was we changed the logo from facing the left. Just one moment, I'll pull it up on the screen just to make sure that it's on there. So we changed the direction that the logo was looking at, because our logos always go either to the right or in the center. So he would be looking straight forward or to the right. And then we put it in red. Okay. So that would be how you would nationalize a logo.
In Islam.
Islam.
Shouldn't there be, I guess, like a letter of intent or a affidavit that would let that corporation know that they are now under the subject under the Moors, they are a subject under the Moors, Moroccan National Republic government.
That's called a lien and a levy and a bond.
Okay.
That's what that is.
Okay.
That's how you let them know. See, we could talk about letters of intent and things. We could talk about that, but a letter won't let them know anything, because they'll just be like, oh, we got a letter from them and they say they intend to do something. I don't know what they intend to do. Seem like they're saying we're supposed to be under their authority, but we don't see anything stopping our commerce, so we're just going to keep moving and act like we didn't even hear that.
Well, no, I would say you would, after the lien, levy, and bonding the corporation, you and then you're nationalizing them. So when you're using a legal letter and you're nationalizing with that logo, that's where you would let them know the status that they are now. That's what I was referring to.
If you will to do that and your spirit says give them that letter, then give it to them. For us, what we do is we go ahead and do everything because we let everybody know back in 2018 that all this stuff was going to happen. So we've already done due process, and then, so now what we do is we just start speaking. We just start speaking. We issue our verdicts, and we issue our mandates, whatever it is for the people and the subjects in that county. And we've done this for counties everywhere. Any county that we will to speak from our sovereign authority, we go look at the logo, nationalize it, and then speak. And we speak knowing that it's coming from the highest court in that county, which is us. And we autograph it, Chief Justice Pauline Ritchie, King County Superior Court. That's how we do it. We use ancient English as our spells, but that's how we issue all of our. That's the legal. The lawful will accompany that, which would be the fiduciary court action on 8.5 by 14 on Moorish government letterhead. So that's the legal and the lawful always go together. They're not separate. They go together. Islam nobility.
Another way to nationalize is through the bond, right?
That's
bond
part of that's part of the financial process. See, I thank you for that question, nobility, because that's going to put together why we do the logos like we do them. When we do this logo is not floating around out there for somebody to say, oh, that's fraud. That's trademark infringement. No, it's bonded to the land. So when we do all the things that we do, when we nationalize logos and start speaking and things of that nature, all of our actions are bonded to the land and to the natural resources and to our commerce, to our money system and everything.
Okay. And another way to let them know basically who we are is by the CEO affidavit, present ourselves as CEO of the company.
Of course.
Correct? Okay.
Of course. And with a nationalized logo, it's all they already know who we are. It's already going to make sense because, see, remember, Moors, all of their stuff is in black. Look at this logo. In black ink and facing backwards. Just like the flag, the banner rather. Just like the banner. Look at this. This is backwards with black ink. And because it's the county, quote unquote, in the enactment, they didn't capitalize the letters because county is supposed to be different from corporate, right? And so what we did was we spell king the way we spell it, we spell county the way we spell it, and then we put this logo properly. It has to be in color, either blue or red. It could have been blue. I could have made it blue because I'm speaking legally, but because it's the county, I put it in red. Okay.
Can you show us how to change that, the colors and everything?
Sure. So the way that we do it is that we go and so like let's say if we will to change this one, what I do is open a couple of programs here that I have, and they're automatically in the computer. So this is not something special that I ordered or anything like that. So what I do is take a snippet or a screenshot of this logo here. So I just grab a copy of it. Is it Microsoft Paint? Yeah, Paint 3D rather is what I meant to say. Just a moment, let me see if I can get it to show on the screen. Okay, this is the program Paint 3D. Can you see this program, Nobility?
Yes.
And it came with the computer, so I didn't like order anything or do anything like that. And then what I do is I take the photo and switch it and make him face the other direction.
Okay.
And then use the program, and I could have made it blue or I could have made it red, and with just a few clicks you can make it red. And then what I did was I actually take the time to do this with everything that I'm doing. I take the time to color it in and make it what it should be. And then once I have it to the color that I will to have it, then I can put the lettering in. And I usually change the font to Times New Roman. You see? And so, and then what I do is snip it again, snip what I've done, and copy and paste it into here. I'll just copy and paste it right here at the top of the page for a legal document. Islam Nobility.
Pardon me. What's the name of this application you're using?
This is Paint 3D. I had to use, and I'll just say this, Nobilities, I had to use whatever the ancestors made available to me. I don't even have Word on my computer. I have WordPad on my computer. So I had to make that adjustment, adjust to that, and then use it. You know what I mean? Because throughout my journey, there were things that were given and things that were taken. You know, and I don't mean taken in a mean, hostile way. I mean that the circumstance, like if my computer, one of my computers went down, I had to use a different computer, and the different one that I used didn't have Word on it. And I was not going to use Fiat to get Word. so I would just say, okay, ancestors, whatever y'all know what I got to do, so you're going to have to make it so that I can do it. And they would show me different ways to get things done. I used whatever I had. To this day, I've been using whatever I have.
Okay.
Okay?
That's a true Empress. Thank you.
Islam. As we're going through our journey, we get used to, like when I first woke up, I was used to, if I needed something, go out and buy it. This journey was not like that at all, especially the more I got into knowing that, okay, we can't just be throwing fiat around to fix our issues. We're going to have to we're going to have to make do with what we have so that we don't have to, and use what we have so that we don't have to use fiat in as many areas as possible. So Islam nobility.
And I was going to say, the other application of that is how you also introduced to us about using Google Sheets if you don't have Word, but they do a pretty good job on there also of editing your documents.
Listen, anything, and this is one thing I know for sure. Thank you, Justice Akil. Anything that was moved out of the way, the ancestors always said there's a different way to do that. There's a way to do it. There's a way to accomplish whatever it is you need to accomplish without that, and without using fiat to go out and buy a replacement for it. I had to use what I had, and that meant with everything. After a while, just getting to the place where I know I can do this without fiat, and I've been doing it without it. There's been a couple of things that I use bank credits to get, but they're not even my bank credits. They're not even my bank credits. But the ancestors wanted to see, or willed to see, if I was just going to keep going. Or was I just going to quit and say, look, I don't have the fiat to get this, that, and the third, so I can't do it. No, that's not an option. It's not an option. If something is not there, they will give us something else. And that something else may not always be favorable, or wasn't always favorable, like with conveyance. And we're going to show you something about the conveyance in just a minute. Whew, our ancestors know what they're doing. Even during this, since I woke up, there were years, some of the years I went where I had to always catch the bus. Walk past my conveyance and catch the bus until I knew the next step to do. The ancestors would give me a step, and then I knew that wasn't all that had to be done, because I just knew. Something in my spirit, I knew. So the ancestors said, okay, you still got to get to the post office. How you going to get there? And I'll tell you this, the people around me weren't always willing to take me to the post office every other day. I had to find a way to get there, so I did. But then I had to demonstrate there too. On the buses, I wasn't going to pay fiat there either. So I had to demonstrate my status there, and I had to keep doing that. So I did that, and I showed you all of that. We went through all of that. So now, this is what the ancestors are saying about the conveyances, about the cars, and about the mindset. Because as you all know, we have done several conveyance demonstrations. And the ancestors show us a part, and then they say, okay, that automobile is not in your driveway because that demonstration is not finished. Okay, we had to accept that. That wasn't our favorite decision by the ancestors. It was not our favorite decision to not have the automobile in our driveway that we demonstrated. But we trust our ancestors. We know that they're only giving us what is good and better and best for us. So that's why we didn't have a fixed mindset about that either. Okay, fixed mindset is necessary for the basics, like we are who we are. That doesn't change. That's fixed. We have everything. That doesn't change. That's fixed. We and our ascendant posterity are our wealth. That's fixed. Okay. So let me show you something about restating the conveyances that the ancestors showed us recently. This is my conveyance that I have here. And this is the one of the ones that I had to walk past to go catch the bus because the demonstration wasn't complete. What do you notice about this conveyance right here? Tell me what you notice based on the things we've been talking about. What do you notice about this conveyance? Islam, Empress Shasha, and Justice Ogunwale.
Well, the first thing is the fraudulent license plate is not on there.
Correct.
And other than that, yeah, there's nothing else that's jumping out at me right now. I know you spoke about wanting to change or willing to update the numbers, the E320.
Yes.
Yeah, but I yield. Yeah.
Yes. Anyone else? Justice Ogunwale.
I affirm what she said, and I was going to say that there was no capital, but there is a capital E. But I don't see no name on the back of it either, if it was a name. Okay.
So you both are correct, and there's one other something that's there that is noticeable.
Islam,
Empress.
I'm looking at the logo for Mercedes, and I'm wondering, was that on there, or have you changed that?
This is before it was changed. All of this is before it was changed, and I just changed it this past week because the ancestors said,
okay,
it has to be changed.
I was gonna because the logo itself, even though, you know, everything, as I'm looking at this, and I'm saying in my mind that ultimately we will to change out and create a new anything that actually is on the automobile.
Yes.
Islam,
Justice Ogunwale.
Is that a barcode in the middle?
It sure is. I'm glad you pointed that out because that's the next piece.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's really important too. You know why? Because people thought that when fake policy enforcers get behind you, you think they're running your tag.
It's the barcode.
It's the barcode underneath. Particularly on certain types of cars, it's the barcode underneath that they run. They're not even thinking about the tag because they know people switch tags out. But not very many people think about that barcode, and that barcode has the VIN number on it.
Of course.
See, we didn't even think, even with Moorish tags on there, that thing could have been picked up. And that's what the ancestors were saying, just wait, because we got some stuff we want to show you. Now, had I just continued with the Moorish tag on there and not listened to what the ancestors were saying, because I was like, I'm ready for a new conveyance. They said, let us just show you some stuff first, Light. Let us just show you. And it was only recently that, because this Congress voted on a new type of tag about a year ago, maybe a little less than a year ago. Do you all remember voting on the tags?
Islam, yeah.
So that's why I took the old tag. I took the old tag off. Islam and Cynthia. I took the old tag off. Islam and percentage. Oh, okay. So yes. We took the old tags. They were Moorish tags too. We got about 3 or 4 different types of Moorish tags. So we took that tag off and we said, okay, let's prepare to order the new tags. Well, the ancestors removed our ability to order the new tags by taking away our corporate ATM card or our corporate debit card.
Merchant.
Yes, our corporate debit card. So then we weren't able to go to Amazon and order the new tags the way that we, and design them and order them and all that. We weren't able to do that. And even then, because that was like the biggest takeaway that the ancestors took, where I was thinking, okay, what am I going to do now? But I know y'all got me, so I'm going to keep going. They took away the ability for me to go online and order anything. And so I said, okay, and again, that test is not for everybody, but some of us have to do that test. So I've been doing it for a while now. They said, we have something else we want to show you. I said, okay. I know y'all going to take care of me, so I'll just sit here and do what I've been doing, while y'all do that. And this is what they showed us. Because, see, we have to know this for when the new conveyances come. We have to know how to change out everything and do everything. We got to know where everything's supposed to go. Even if the conveyance came with nothing on it, we still have to know how to badge, because they call it badging, putting a badge on your conveyance. And then for like higher end conveyances like Rolls Royce and Mercedes and for the higher end ones, they have something called black badge, a black badge model of that car, of those cars. The black badge model. And I was thinking, well, I don't want nothing black badge, even though that's the highest end they offer, because it's bespoke. In other words, you have to order it and you have to order a specific way, and we all got to get used to that. Ordering our conveyances, our automobiles, a specific way that we will for it to be. So even if you've never had a high-end automobile, you still got to learn how to do it, because you won't have one. So the ancestors said, okay, like just park it and let it stay there. And they even had me take the battery out of it, because there were some things going on with the electrical where electrically it was getting too much electricity from the battery. So I took the battery out and I said, okay, let me just let that sit for a while so that the ancestors can show me whatever they're going to show me. So now what they showed me then, I was like, okay, well, I know that this stuff has to come off. This E is a capital E, and this is what I was talking about in the previous Congress. They specifically put capital letters all over the conveyance, all over it, all over all of them that they were claiming. The conveyances belong to us, but if we're not badging them and capital and making sure that stuff is done, then what? So what I did was the ancestors showed me how to take that off. So as you can see here, all we did was take this off. And then there's that barcode thing. And this is what they showed us. They showed us how to take it off. And then all we had to do was clean off this glue part. So we were able to get that and the barcode off. And now we have to just polish it so that it clears up, so that it's fully clear. But this is what it looked like after taking off the capitalization. And even the barcode had a capitalized VIN number on it in black ink and capital letters. This emblem, I don't know if you all realize this, but this emblem is an upside down peace sign. It's upside down. Y'all know what the peace sign looks like. Not that one, it's this one. There it is right there. That's the Mercedes sign right there, but it's corporatized, but it's a peace sign. So it wasn't actually even upside down, and I would venture to say it is upside down, even this one. But that's the same sign right there. See that? That's where the sign for it came from. That's where it came from for Mercedes. Because remember, it's a German car. Islam, Empress.
See, the peace sign, it looks like an upside down tree. That's a symbol for
it does.
Yeah. Some of the ancient goddess symbols have that tree, but obviously up the right way.
Yeah. And it's also kind of looks a little bit like an upside down ankh.
Yeah, with the arms up as opposed to straight across. Yes.
Yep.
And I think that actually pulls the tree into being also, because the woman, the womb, the ankh, those are symbols. So yes, I can see it.
Yeah.
Rotate.
See, that's why so many of us enjoy that particular model of car, of automobile, or whatever model that you enjoy. You got to think about why it is that you think that automobile is so awesome. Because ultimately the ankh is a symbol for the womb. So it is the symbol for life. You think they didn't know that when they designed that thing? But see, they didn't even design that. All they did was adopt it and change it. We designed the original Mercedes emblem. But that goes for any of the automobiles. We started all of those companies. So the ancestors had me to start preparing this conveyance for reversion of estate or reversion. And then I saw, and I took some photos of it, but I didn't post them here. With this conveyance, there were some signs and symbols on the inside of the door where the VIN number, and then there's some other manufacturer information. The ancestors even showed us how to decapitalize that. And it was so simple that I thought we could have done this a long time ago. But all they had us do was, we had already in our inventory some oversized mailing labels that are almost the exact same size as those sticky things on the inside of the door that have the VIN number and stuff. So all we have to do is take the other one out, and whatever is on it, decapitalize it, and then stick our label on there. And for some people, this may seem like a lot, but if you will to travel around in your conveyance and not have it taken by fakes and frauds and those pretending to be capitalists, then you'll take the time to do the work. Because remember, the lettering and everything is going to match our paperwork. When we did the recordation for our conveyance, it was not in capital letters and black ink. So why would we even have that on there? And let me say this too. Islam and
would it matter if we were to, like, some people don't have the skills to make it look nice. If we were to put a red box around all of that information, would that capture it back up to our jurisdiction, Islam?
If the Spirit tells you to do that. If the Spirit says to do that, then... Because see, any little change that you make to it, Empress Cynthia, is going it's going to ruin the trademark. Let me put it that way. Any change that you make to it, that's something they don't tell you, but it's the truth.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. So the point being is we have to know we have the authority to change it, because it wasn't supposed to be that in the first place. So these things that we're showing you about modification of the conveyances and things, as we continue to demonstrate who we are, we're going to have Moors who can make these changes to a conveyance within 3 days. And remember the 3-day cancellation law? Remember that? The 3-day contract cancellation law? Within 3 days, these changes can be made so that jurisdiction is properly stated. Okay? Because did you know that that when you create the identifiers and all your paperwork and your operator's license or your driver's license matches, if everything matches, that's called a trust. It's called a trust. That's when no one can penetrate that. They can't even pull you over, because the trust is on the public record. And it's not in capital letters and black ink done by foreigners. It's done by you, the government, you, the state, you, the transportation ministry, you, us, we. And when I say you, I'm talking about we, us. Islam nobility.
I also wanted to point out that considering we already lien, levy, and bonded the company, we the CEO, we own the company, so we can do whatever we want to the vehicles.
Yes. And see, what we would do then is, and we intend to do this, is take photos of the changes that we made and place it on the public record. And we may make some changes that we don't photograph, because there'll be private changes. But we'll tell y'all about them privately. So, and this is private among us anyway. But what we would do is notify that this conveyance is in this territory, and all the documentation and due process has been done already, and the court has declared that this is private property or personal property. The word private is not necessarily a word that I care for. I prefer the word personal because it's about persons in the first place.
Islam Empress.
Islam nobility.
I have a question.
Yes.
When we remove the license plates and all those configurations on the car, do we leave it like that when we operate, or you didn't get to that yet?
I haven't gotten to that yet, but we as a Congress have gotten to it because we voted on the tags a year ago and what the tags are going to say, what they're going to look like. And so now I have to get that tag onto my conveyance before I take it out into the territory.
Okay, that was my question.
Yep. And let me tell you that if I have to draw it or print it up on my computer, I will do that and laminate it. Don't try to play me. I'll do it. and it's going to be the way that this Congress...
We know you will.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
We know you will, Empress.
You know, and when I say don't try to play me, I'm talking to them lower energies, not you all, but the lower energies. Don't.
I full stand.
They already know that we will do it, that we're going to do it. I'm going to use what I have to be myself. If I can't order it from Amazon, I'll create it myself right here on my computer, and it is going to work because I can stand on my creations.
Self-resource.
Gotta do it. Gotta do it. We gotta do it. Sometimes I got a little upset with the ancestors because I'm like, if y'all take that, what am I going to use? And they're like, we got you, Light. Don't worry, we got you. So go be mad for 2 or 3 days. And usually within 24 hours they clear it up. But I'm like, y'all, what y'all want me to do? Be God around here?
Islam.
Yes.
Thank you, Empress.
Yeah, Islam.
What if we lien, levy, and bond other companies that sell the actual machines that put them labels on the?
We already own that nobility. Okay. The ancestors got us thinking big, huge, big.
Okay.
See, it looks like we're running out of resource. That's what the naked eye will see, but we ain't naked. Our eye is not naked. The ancestors are preparing us for something huge. Mm-hmm. But that other stuff is kind of like dishes or anything else. You got to clean the dirt off first. Mm-hmm. Then you can put that beautiful meal on there. Right. You know. So I'm just doing whatever they say, okay, do this. Okay, let's do it. And what they're really showing us is how to badge the new conveyances that come. That's really what they're showing us. Is where everything is on the conveyances and how to deal with them.
Islam. I happen to have some in the old enactment. I had some experience, little experience in that area. Mm-hmm. On the illegal side.
That's why, though. You know, all of that was in preparation for this, right? Okay, just so you know.
Right.
Yeah, that's why we don't judge anything anyone did previously, because we know that even that was in preparation for the new. We don't judge anything. All we do is make it so that it's not a corrupt action. Same action, just not corrupt.
Islam, Empress.
Islam nobility.
I know you're going to do. You mentioned that decapitalizing the VIN. Mm-hmm. So that VIN plate that's used in the top left, in the dashboard in the corner in the left there by the windshield. Are you going to replace that, or
yes?
How are you going to deal with that in the long run?
So the way the ancestors have shown me thus far is that for the time being, remove that one that's there because it's just a strip of metal. Remove it, and then get a, let me just show you what we use. Can you see, in fact, instead of showing you, I'll just pull it up. This is, so what the ancestors showed us in order to make things happen the way we will to make them happen is remove the metal label from there and get one of these, and we have them already because we use them for our regular mailings and things, our government mailings, and just put the VIN number the way it should be, type it into your computer. Here, let me make this a little bigger so we can see it. Just a moment.
But Empress, you made a raised character merchant card, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I did.
Okay.
Nobility, thank you for that. I could even do it that way, but here's the problem with that. That's some great thinking right there. The problem with it is that that machine did not come with lowercase letters. It came with only uppercase. So I do have some lowercase instruments, but they would have to be dipped in ink. But I'm willing to do it. I have lowercase letterings that I ordered probably 3 years ago. The ancestors said order them. I ordered them, and they've been sitting aside for a while. It was for a manual typewriter. The ancestors had me order it 2 or 3 years ago, and they didn't tell me what to do with it. They just said order it, and I did, and it comes with lowercase letters, and all I have to do is dip them onto a red ink pad or a blue ink pad, which I have, and then put them onto the paper or onto whatever it is, emboss them onto that, and it'll make it, I can do a VIN number properly. So in the interim, this is what we have. So this is what we'll use. We'll pull the VIN number off, the metal thing off, and then we'll type that VIN number, the restated VIN number, with no capital letters. It's going to have all lowercase letters and the numbers, and we'll put it right there where the VIN number should be. And we'll let that stay there until the ancestors show us something else. Either way, we're going to be ourselves. But we know that over time, the ancestors are going to give us updated things and updated ways to do things and all of that. We know they're going to do that. They always have and they always will. So yeah, this is what we're going to use to place to replace the VIN number, to put the proper VIN number in place. Once we take the all capitalized one out, when we do these types of nationalizing our property, we can then use our money to insure it. We can use our money to get things done in terms of repairing it and all of that. The ancestors are showing us things that we never thought we would ever even have to do. They're showing us how easy and simple it is to do it, which is automatic insurance against anything being, anything breaking down. They're showing us things that we just never imagined that we would know how to do it. And all we have to do is open that gateway of information to come through, and it will attract everyone that we will to have to come into our ethers to assist. There are Moors out there who can take that car apart and put it back together blindfolded almost.
Islam Empress.
Islam nobility.
The idea that I'm having, that I'm seeing in my head, I could take the information to a machine shop where they have the material that it's like a zinc type material, like aluminum type material. Then they would engrave the numbers or letters onto it, and they have the rivet gun. They could rivet it right onto the automobile.
Or, and that's something to think about, nobility. But are they going to charge fiat to get that done? That's just something to think about. You don't have to answer that, but that's something to think about.
I could do it myself.
That's the point of all of this, really. Is either doing it ourselves or us assisting each other in doing it. This conveyance right here, nobilities, I'm not even, I have a different name for it. This conveyance, here, let me just show you. This is my favorite conveyance right here. It is the Mercedes Scaldarsi Emperor. It's called an Emperor. Mine would be called an Empress. This one and the new one that's coming. But we have to know how to how to make it say what we will for it to say. Know that we have the authority to name it. Mine doesn't have to, it doesn't have to stay a certain way. And I'll tell you this, Morris. I know of someone who went and did not know all of this stuff right here. They didn't know all of this. They were claiming Moorish nationality. They went and signed a contract, a capitalized contract from an actor acting as a car dealer. And they didn't know that all of this stuff is necessary to remove the capitalization from everything the same way we remove it from our documentation. And of course, 90 days later, the conveyance, the automobile was repossessed by the actors. But when I think to myself that if their domicile address had been correct, if the automobile had been properly badged with them capital letters taken off of it, then the automobile could have sat right there in their driveway, and nobody could have been able to come onto the property and touch it. Because first you got to know where you are. You have to be at the right address. Then you have to look to see, is this the right vehicle? Because that's what tow trucks and tow truck drivers and those subjects acting in their enactment, that's what they look for. They have to verify and identify properly, because if they pick the wrong one, they're in trouble, right? They didn't know and they weren't willing to wait to get this information. Yes, Justice Harold, and a 3-day cancellation of contract. Yes. Because we showed you that in the cancellation process, they have to know where the vehicle is. If the vehicle is on the land and they out there lost at sea, they can't come and get nothing. And then when they get there, wherever they think they're at, because see, they're not going to be at the right address because we got the blood on the doorpost. Because see, what they're trying to do is admit that you're dead and you've signed a dead contract. That's their intention, but it can't be that. When we do it the right way, when we do everything the right way from start to finish, when we're being ourselves the whole time, nothing can be taken from us. Nothing. They got to be at the right place, and they got to be the right person. And you got to be the right person. That's why you can't even call them a car dealer, because that's not who that is. That's why they want you to show a driver's license when you go to buy a new car. What business is it of theirs that you have a driver's license or not? That's not their business. Their business is to sell a car, right? But that's not really their business. Their business is keeping you pretending to be dead and U.S.citizen and all of that. That's what their intention is, or was. That's what it was. Not that anymore. Do you see why what we're doing step by step by step by step to ensure that for the next million years, nothing can ever be taken from us? If all we had to do was take the time to look at each area where there was a claim enacted. Because even if you got the contracting right, if the automobile is badged in capital letters, then even still, they're still pretending to have a claim. And this bit of information here is for every Moor who's ever been pulled over and had their car towed. Because some were saying, I had all my paperwork, I had my nationality paperwork, but they didn't have an operator's license that they issued to themselves, or a driver's license that they issued to themselves to match the paperwork. They had Moorish tags, but didn't know that underneath that tag was a barcode that was being scanned. Why do you think it is that when Moors were getting pulled over previously, that they would take the license plate off of the conveyance? Because Moors said, oh, they didn't tow my car, but they took the plate. They took the plate because they wanted to see if it was a barcode under there, because next time they can come and get the car. If that hasn't been properly stated. That's not a capitalized piece of property. A prop is property. Whose story is it? Who's the director for your life? Then the property has to match, or else it will be a foreign prop that foreign actors try and come and take off the scene. That's why I say we're not actors, we're on our own land. Okay, everything has to reflect, has to say that, state that. Not reflect, but state that. So now, speaking of paperwork and vehicles and conveyances and cars and things, automobiles, there's something, because this was a question that I had for the ancestors about even the new conveyances. So if this Skull Darcy Emperor, those are the keys. So if this emperor, this is what the emperor looks like, actually, the Skull Darcy Emperor. The empress is the white one. Here's a white one right here. Yeah, here's the white one. So the badging that's on here, it has to be proper badging. If you'll notice, the badging is in all capital letters on this one. It's an emperor, but it's in all capital letters. We would have to change that. Okay. And knowing where all of the badging is important. It's part of that. Okay. Justice Adrian Porter, you placed something in the chat about something that happened to you. Did you will to *6 and just speak briefly about what you're stating?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, Lord. Peace and love. How you doing? Yes, this is a plate that everything that you just said was right in exact when I had this plate on my conveyor. And everything you just said happened to me. I'm living proof of what you just said. That's why I put that out there. Islam. Thank you, nobility. There is a license plate on the screen. Can you all see the license plate on the screen?
Yes, Islam.
Okay. And again, we know that the intention of the license plates was good. We honor the Moors who we honor and recognize the Moors who did the work here. But we have to look at now. Can you all point out some things about the plate that you see that, according to what we know, can be updated?
Capital letters should be small.
Yes. So capital letters is one.
And the direction of the flag.
Yes, that's the direction of the flag, the capital letters. Empress Imani, I believe you were.
Also
yes.
The black. Also the black on the top, Empress.
Yes, that too, the black on the top.
I was definitely going to point out the flag.
Yes, the banner.
Right. Well, the banner. Correct.
Yeah.
So the star is on the incorrect side. So
yes,
it needs to be on the right side.
Right.
Islam, the black numbering, and also the United Nations logo. That's
emblem. Yes.
Yeah.
I was thinking that probably another color probably would have been better.
Another color and flipped over because when you look at it, the states and the United States and everything is or America, the Eastern and Western hemispheres are in different places.
And the writing is capital.
And the writing is capitalized. Yeah.
It's interesting. On the top, the white writing on the black background, where the Republic, it looks like the Constitution in the previous era on the white writing on the black background. And you showed another document last congressional or another congressional where the black background and white letters.
Yeah,
that was carbon copy.
Which actually is science.
Yes.
Is sigils and veves and so it's
Islam.
I'd like to say something. Yes, please.
Okay, so Empress Amora was saying something. She was pointing something out first. If we could hear from her. Empress Amora, you had made a couple of statements about things that you noticed on the tag.
Yes, I did.
Did we will to hear? Yes, if you would, please, Empress. We want to make sure we hear you.
Okay. Just as was stated prior, the direction of the banner need to be flipped, and the United Nation logo, that should be in another color and maybe even flipped, in the correct direction. Those are things that stood out to me. Among what was also mentioned with the black letters, and all that. And
Islam, if I could get in.
Islam. Thank you, Empress Amora. At some point, I have a question for Chief Justice Adrian, who posted this photo. But go ahead, Empress Angel.
So a few things I've noticed. It states it's private, sovereign, and diplomat. And we're not diplomats. We're just sovereign and nationals. Because diplomat has a different denotative definition than one would assume. And then, continental America, I don't understand the reason why it states that. And I guess from what I see, they just wanted to put all of the points that they studied on the tag, so they can know that this is not inside the corporation.
Yeah.
This is like they're standing saying it's not your property. However,
we honor that about this is that they will to put everything on there that they knew to put on there.
Yeah, they had the circle 7 4 times on there and such, and so on. And then they have the Great Seal. Though the Great Seal, it has the eye removed, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it's
hovering above.
So that's not the one that should be on there. And so that part. And then, like we stated earlier, all the capitalization that is on here and such.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I understand that. Like I said, they desire to, say it loud and proud on this tag here. However, it does not state, as we had stated previously when we voted on what a tag should look like, it does not have the necessary identifiers to identify which republic state it's from and such. And so, that's wrong.
Anyone else? Islam, Justice Anthony.
To be honest, after looking at it again, I just think that there's too much stuff on it. And looking at it, it's so many stuff, it could confuse one.
Interesting. That's an interesting perspective. I think, and Justice Ogunwale, were you going to make a statement, and Chief Justice Mosey as well?
Yes, just one thing you mentioned earlier, and it was based on your preference that you didn't like private, you prefer personal.
It's not really a preference as much as it is where law is concerned. Persons was where the attempt at usurpation happened. It was with persons. And so at law, we state the personage, so that there's no misunderstanding about that.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was a little, and my point being, it was way more than just an opinion. It was the way that the law reads about persons and personage.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Islam, Memphis.
Islam,
I noticed that it doesn't state Moorish Federal Republic government.
So this is not one that the Moorish National Republic federal government did. This is one that one of the nobilities had gotten from a different government, a different Moorish government whom we honor and recognize. We know who they are. And we're glad that they were demonstrating even when we were asleep, because they were demonstrating even before we woke up. This is the same government that received a corporate seat with the corporate United Nations in their enactment. Do you see the seat number there? The seat number is number 215 /93. So there was an enactment that the corporate United Nations said, oh, we recognize them as an indigenous nation. But then there was vehicles were still being confiscated even with that on there.
Islam,
Empress.
Islam, Chief Justice Empress Laniel L., Illinois Territory. I can't see your screen. I can't see the screen. I've been on my phone this whole time, and but I wanted to ask a question regarding flags and displaying it at my domicile or at any domicile. So, is there a particular way to display it? Like if I'm walking up to the front entrance of the domicile, should the Moorish flag be any particular way, and should it be with our banner or banner for commerce, or do they both have to be displayed together, or no?
No. So there is never to be any other flag on the same flagpole with our ancient flag, the red with the green 5-pointed star. If that is displayed, it should always be displayed upright, straight up, because some people hang banners and the banner is slanted. Ours should be straight up and down. It should be the only flag on the pole at all times, and it should be illuminated at night. It has to be illuminated at night.
Islam. Now, you say it should be straight up and down?
Yes, it cannot be slanted. Like, sometimes when people hang the banner on their domicile, you get those slanted poles where it's hanging slanted. It has to be straight up and down.
Yeah, that's the one I have that's slanted, and that's the way I've been displaying it recently. But now let me ask, excuse me. So now it should be the left or right side, does that matter? So if I walk to the front entrance, and if it should be displayed to my right or left, or does that not matter?
Right is preferable.
Okay.
You mean on the right side of the door or the left side of the door?
Yeah, like it's displayed on the banister, like the pole, the flagpole is attached.
The right side is preferable. The right side as you approach is preferable.
Okay. So then it should. Okay, the left banister shouldn't have a banner for commerce on it, or does it matter?
It can have one, but it should not. Technically, it should not be at the same height as ours. It should be lower, and it can be slanted. Okay. The banners for amity and commerce can be slanted. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. This is wonderful. because I've been, I've had several different opinions given. So okay, now this my flagpole is definitely the slanted kind. So now I got to figure out how to get one that's straight up and down. Okay.
Yeah, a flagpole. What we did was we just ordered flagpoles, and then outside of our domicile, we have I believe it's 20 or 22 foot flagpole, one of the really super tall ones out there that has our banner on it as well. And then we had to get solar lights and put them into the pole with the flag, so that the banner is the flag is always illuminated. Not the banner, but the flag is always illuminated. Okay. And we don't have a banner for Amity and Commerce out there.
Okay.
We just have our ancient flag out there. I mean, we could put it out there if we wanted to put it out there, but it would be lower on a different flagpole.
Right. Okay. So the last question.
Why it might be laminated?
Hold on, please. Let her finish. Empress, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. The last question is so that when it's not displayed properly, that is a sign of what? That's just a sign of what? Just ignorance, or what would you call that?
It's incompetence. It's incompetence where heraldry is concerned. But we've all been there at some point in one area or another.
Mm-hmm.
We've all been there. It's just when you know better, do better.
Absolutely, and that's why I'm appreciative that I was able to ask, because I've asked several more, and I've gotten every single time I've gotten a different answer. But gratitude, and I yield.
Islam, where did you get the different answers from?
From different Moors that I've met over the last few years. I had become part of a temple, and the Moors there, and then just another Moor I met told me a different thing, and then so now I think you're the third Moor, so you have a different answer. So
let me just tell you where we got our information from and how we edited it to state our superior status. We looked in the public law at how to display a flag. We looked, and then we studied heraldry. Heraldry is written for banners, so we had to elevate it to the place of a flag, and particularly the oldest flag in existence.
Islam.
Thank you for asking, Empress.
Gratitude for you, for all of the research and the wisdom and knowledge that you share.
Thank you. Islam. Justice Anthony, and then Empress Angel.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Empress. In regards to the flag, I remember one time you had mentioned about the black around the edge of the green star.
Yes.
That's the correct way, right?
No. The one that has black around the green star is a corporate one. The one that does not have black on it is ours.
Okay. I had mentioned it maybe because the Empress just now that was talking about the flag. In case you didn't know, maybe that you could learn something from that and know, which one is the right one.
Yeah. Our green 5-pointed star does not have a black edge around it. When you go online and you put in Moroccan flag, you'll see the corporate one sometimes, and then you'll see ours. Ours does not have any black in it at all. The corporate Moroccan flag banner, because it's a banner when it's theirs, it has black around the star, like a thin black trace around the star, and the star has it just looks separated, whereas ours is a continual green star with no black. Justice Adrian, I think it's important. Thank you for putting that tag in as well, because we can look at our tags that the ones that when we first learned about capitalism, we said, okay, well, we're not going to use capital letters on our flag. On our tags. But now it's time for us to upgrade and make ours look more appropriate and proper as well. Because you cannot, can someone point? Because this flag that's on the screen now, let me make sure it's on there. This is one that we issued, that the Moorish National Republic federal government issued some years back, and it has to be upgraded also. Can someone list some of the things that should be upgraded based on what we know on this flag? On this tag.
Yes, I think the shield. The shield and the pyramid. Even though it's in black and white, looks like it's in black and white, but ours is color now. So I think that would need to be upgraded.
Definitely. Yes, indeed. Definitely. Islam, Empress Angel.
Yes. The coloring, it should be blue for commerce.
Yes, correct. So what Empress Angel is referring to is the lettering. The letters should be blue. Yeah. And the letter for the states can be red. So like the state will be up in the middle. But the letters that talk about the tag, that identify the tag, should be blue.
Islam, I got something.
Yes, Islam nobility.
That flag should be on the left. That shows the creditor. That continental flag should be on the right. It should be the same way as the affidavit. Islam.
Yes, indeed, Islam. It can be. It can be either way. Only because our driver's licenses are our operators' licenses that we use to operate, to travel on when doing commerce or not doing commerce, rather, or either one, because see, our operator license can be, we're operating it according to our will. Has the flag, our flag with the green 5-pointed star in the upper right corner, according to the real identification law. So it could still be like this. It could. Or it can be, it can be switched, but it should be the same. In other words, everything should be fluid. Everything should be fluid. And then also, we will to put, when things are in blue, you do capitalize the first letter and put the rest of the letters in lowercase on any of the words.
Okay. So I have a question. So now, are we stating operator on our driver license identification card, or are we actually stating driver's license? So driver's license opposed to or versus operator's license?
From our perspective and from what we've learned recently, we would do an operator's license or an operator's, operator's license.
Islam.
And we could even call it an operator's affidavit, and it would still be the size of a license and all of that, but we could call it an operator's affidavit. When we know more and we know better, and see, with an operator's affidavit, you can still put the right red thumbprint on it. So that's going to elevate that a little bit, but still keep it legal. It'll elevate it to it'll connect it to the lawful, but it's still a legal document because there's authority and permission being granted for ours.
Islam.
But for the citizens and the citizen subjects, theirs will be a driver's license. Islam, Empress.
Okay. You carried on and I had to wait. So I'm just looking at the operator's affidavit with the thumbprint. Is that even necessary with the national identification or travel card? And then the other question, because I know that in the previous year, even if you're to drive, it's different than being an operator or a traveler. To be a driver is a commercial activity or action.
So will you be doing commerce as you travel?
Well, and that's the thing. So then, because that's what we had discussed this before with the driver's license and whether you're doing commerce or not, because you're doing commerce if you're going to the or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So the operators, but if we change it to, or upgrade it, as you state, to an operators, you're covering everything, but you're removing the nebulous, well, it's not really nebulous because it does have a jurisdiction, the driver piece.
Yes. So you're not removing the driver piece because you can still drive when you're operating. That one that I showed you, it had operator's driver license. That's what it said.
Oh, it did? Okay.
It did. In fact, I'll pull it back up again right now. In fact, let's look at that again, because I found that to be interesting that it had that on there as well.
Well, I know. You're talking multiple actions at that point.
And the difference between driver and operator is that an operator can be traveling or driving. A driver can only be driving and doing commerce. That's what the purpose of that was, is to do commerce. Let's see. It was a operator license.
The question I had was, is it necessary to have the thumbprint even if you do upgrade to an operator's? I mean, is that because on a driver's license there was not a thumbprint, and I don't believe there was a thumbprint on the operator's license that you had shown.
So there is a thumbprint on it. Let me just show it to you really quickly, and then it's going to say operator driver's license. Let's make it big enough so we can see.
Oh, it says operators. Yep, there it is.
And this says driver's license.
Yeah. Oh, there.
And then it has the thumbprint, the right thumbprint here. So the difference being is an operator's license covers all other, whatever it is you're operating. Everything, whatever you're operating, it's going to cover that. And whether you're doing commerce or not, you're operating still. Because think about what the term operator means. And what the root word of operator is.
Well, looks like opera to me, but...
Well, think about it. When you have an operation, what's happening?
Well, somebody is cutting you open. Or it's an action. There's an action. Something is being done to you.
Well, not if you're conducting the operation.
No, but you just said if you're having an operation is being done to you.
So let me clarify. If you are conducting an operation, like a psychological operation on people, or persons, rather.
Like, for instance, yes.
So then you're directing some things and making things happen based on the tools that you have in your hand.
In your hands, exactly.
Yeah.
Or in your mouth. I mean, everything's a tool.
Or in your mouth.
So, yeah.
Islam interest.
Islam nobility.
In other words, you could be operating a wrecker, and then you have to wreck a car up. So you'll have to operate the gear sticks and whatever it is that would pull a car up, that type of operation.
Or you could be the doctor operating on a patient.
Exactly.
Right.
So you have all the different tools. You have the scalpel, the scissors, all of that. And you're using those things to do things so that you get a specific result. So an operator's license means that you can operate more than one thing. So operator's license can cover a forklift, a bus, and an automobile, for example. Okay, but this operator's license has capital letters and things. This is when they were just starting that whole capital letters thing and putting it into the mainstream, quote unquote. That's why this right thumbprint is here, but they're saying, okay, let's switch things over to all capitalism after this. Let's remove the thumbprint and let's put everything in capital letters, including the names, and then let's give that to the public, quote unquote. So even the things that they did happened in stages and phases. Islam, Empress, were you going to make a statement?
I was looking at the fact that it was in black and white. Now with us, creating an operator's driver's license, intending to do a multitasking of the word just left my brain. I apologize. Commerce and all. So then, would it be actually we should do it in blue?
It should be in blue.
Islam. Okay, I just need to verify that. Islam.
Yes, blue. Blue is commercial.
Islam.
It can be in blue, and then your signature can be in red or blue, either one. But it's preferable that it be in red. The signature be in red, but the name and everything be in blue. The signature is the owner of the name.
Islam Empress.
Islam Empress.
I'd like to clarify. I got kind of taken off of the call for a minute. So is this us redoing the travel ministry license?
Yes.
As operator?
Yes, for the sovereigns, yes.
All right.
See, the citizens can use the one that we had before, except that it must say subject. It must state that they're Americans. They're subjects for the Americans.
All righty. So we're not using the other flags that were on the front at first?
Yes, we're still using the flags, and the state and the federal, or the state and our eternal flag and our banner are going to be on there the same way that they were before.
Gotcha. So this is going to be on the front as well, then.
We'll just add a thumbprint. We'll just add a thumbprint to it. That's really all. Add a thumbprint and call it an operator's license instead of a driver's license.
And we're not using ministry anymore, is that correct?
It is absolutely 100% still issued by the United States Travel and Transportation Ministry. Absolutely, yes.
All righty.
Yes.
Empress Light, I don't recall. I don't think I was here at the time that the original decision about the driver's license or the travel ministry driver's license was decided upon.
Yes.
And is there a video where I can actually see what that looked like?
Yes.
Because I completed, the creation of my driver's license, but now I just need to know exactly what it was that it looked like prior to, so that I can, be in well, I won't say compliance, but so that I can,
speak
be
with
updated as well.
Yes, there is, Empress. Thank you for that. There is a video. I don't have the name of it right now in front of me. I don't have the name of it, but there are several videos that we did showing our vote on the driver's license and our affirmation of the travel and transportation ministry. You can go back and look at those. And I believe I put it in the title of the video, so you may be able to see it there.
Islam.
Yeah, Islam nobility.
A question. When we reconstructed the driver's license and add the thumbprint on there, should we sign the thumbprint also?
No, you would just sign where you would have your signature, wherever your signature is on there, the way that it was previously, on our driver's license. You would just sign there.
So don't do your signature across on the thumbprint, just the plain thumbprint.
Just the plain thumbprint.
Okay, gratitude. Understand.
Whenever people do signature across the thumbprint, they're stating that they are the Postmaster General. Our operator licenses don't necessarily have to say that, because that is actually not stated at the operator license level. In other words, legally, yes, we are the Postmaster General, but we make that statement by affidavit, by our 8.5 by 14. That's one of the documents. And then we do the duties based on what we're doing legally. We do the duties of, legal duties of a Postmaster General. But those titles, all of those titles, the reason we're doing them first on 8.5 by 14 is because that's where it's established who's who. Offices are established at the lawful level. That's how come none of those that were pretending to those actors, none of them have an office, because any office that they would have claimed could not be established anywhere other than above the legal level. At the legal level, offices are not even established there. They're established at the lawful level first, then the legal level. Yeah.
Islam Empress.
Islam Empress.
Can you just confirm for me, for us, for the platform, it's operator's license is how we're going to refer to and create or update our previous driver's license. We're not going to call it operator's driver's license. We're going to call it operator's license. And then add the right reference. Okay, thank you.
What do you all think about that? Do you will to call it operator's license versus operator's driver's license?
Islam, I affirm operator's license.
I prefer that as well, just because of where competence is concerned. It elevates the document above the driver's piece, but you can still drive with it.
Islam Empress. I was thinking, because driving is different from traveling, right? So what about operators traveling license? Or if you're going to take off the driver, because like I said, driving is different from traveling. So we could just do it like Empress Sasha stated, operator's license.
Yeah, operator's license is we see the wisdom in calling it that versus calling it operator driver's license or even operator travel license. It's
right.
Because we have a travel card that we all have that is at the lawful level only.
Right. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. That's for the empire. The travel documents are for the whole empire. And then Islam is, but it's not for commerce. Travel is not for commerce. Travel is for travel. Commerce is a lower level. Legal is a lower level than that.
And you're referring to the same license, right? You're saying we have a traveler's permit. Is that what you're referring to?
Mm-hmm.
The different document?
I'm referring to our universal travel card.
I'm not familiar with that. That's the first time I'm hearing of that.
Yeah. If you would, go to RV Bay Publications and look at the travel card that they issue. It's similar to that. And we've talked about the difference between the travel card and a operator's license or a driver's license. But see, now driver's license is for subjects because the only reason they were here was for commerce.
Right. And where you said to go, RV?
We were trying to differentiate. That's why we were making the difference, differentiating between the two. Islam.
Where you said to go to look RV where?
RV Bay Publications website, rvbaypublications.com, I believe it is.
RV BEY?
Yes. RV Bay Publications. And we will to honor RV Bay Publications because they were doing the work with our friend Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey before we ever thought about waking up, because we didn't even know about Moors and they were still standing and doing the work. So we love them for that.
And does that travel card, that travel document, it governs both automobile and airline?
It depends on what you're doing. Are you traveling for a lawful reason, or are you doing commerce, traveling for commercial purposes?
Oh, okay.
You see? Because some of us, and I'll just say this for the record, anyone who is operating as a consul, that is a commercial title. What the consuls did previously was go to other places, go from here to other places, and put laws on the books in other places. That's what we did as consuls. Is we could go to Japan and make laws over there. We could go to Europe or other places and make laws over there from here. And then the Moors that are already over there, we would meet with them and make sure that, okay, is this in keeping with what the ideal is for this territory? That's what we did. And then they would come here and say, we have some stuff going on over here at the plant in Namibia, Africa. What do we will for the law to say about that? Because we make laws everywhere, and all consuls. That's why we have to have consuls at all the territories, because we make the laws there. Just as consul, he makes the laws for the United Kingdom. And then if we have something going on, because the funding originates from here, because when we have something going on, or when he has something going on there, and there needs to be some universal funding, then he can come here and say, I need $50 million for this and this and this. And we say, okay. And then when he goes back there, the laws or the appropriations that we agreed on, because he's going to know that area better than anybody. The same thing with Empress Shasha at Jamaica. Get the funds and appropriate and allocate them properly. Same thing for those that at Canaan land and French Guiana and France and Europe and Spain and Portugal and everywhere, because there are Moors everywhere. That's how this works. That's how that. And see, they call it one world government, but it's who we are.
Okay, Empress.
Yeah.
Hey, gratitude.
Islam.
Islam, my apologies.
That's okay, Empress.
Question.
We know you got things going on there. Islam, Empress.
Islam. All righty. I had a question regarding the operator's license.
Mm-hmm.
We're using a signature versus an autograph. Is that correct? And in blue.
Yes.
All right. That's
yes.
it.
We're using a signature in blue unless your spirit says for you to put it in red. I'm feeling autograph it in red and have the word of the name in blue. That's what I'm feeling, because there's a thumbprint on it, but the thumbprint is going to be in blue on there. Unless you feel like it should be in red.
Islam, my thought with that was I get the jurisdictional differences that are being created. So
yes.
if it's saying commerce, I mean, I get it. So
see, Empress, what the operator's license does that the driver's license did not do, not necessarily, is the operator license is adjoining the legal and the lawful. It's adjoining them. It's putting them together, so to speak. In other words, it's a legal document saying that the lawful is behind is the superior law that is supporting this document.
So then, with that being said, I do agree with the red thumbprint and the red autograph with the blue printed appellation at the bottom. So I get it's fine.
So I was referring to let me just make sure that we're clear on where it says name, and see, this doesn't even say address. It says street number.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, what I was saying is this would be in blue, like it is on our driver's licenses. This is in blue. And then all of this information here is in blue. The signature is in red, and the thumbprint is in red. Everything else is in blue with a white background.
Islam affirmed.
Islam Empress, you said your signature should be in red?
The signature on this this is what we're feeling in our spirit, and you all can feel it out too and make statements about it. This signature right here should be in red. This thumbprint should be in red, and everything else in blue. Everything else in blue on a white background. And then, of course, our three flags: the state flag, the ancient flag, and the banner. That's going to make the operator's license superior to a driver's license, and also have a direct connection to sovereignty, because that's really what thumbprints are. It is the highest signature. It's the highest autograph, is what the thumbprint is. See, at the time that this was being printed, we were not doing what we were supposed to be doing. Look at the year. From 1952 to 56, remember what was happening then? The Moors were sleeping.
Civil rights.
Yes. And other people were starting to say, well, the Moors aren't using thumbprints and stuff. They're not using this stuff, so we're gonna enact it so that they don't forget that this has to be done.
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
That's the blood right. I mean,
yes.
That's what that is.
Yes. That's why I say we were not using it. And then in 1956, what happened with the consular courts? The courts that showed that nationality is superior to citizenship.
They enacted closing relinquishment.
Yep. And that was an act.
It was an enactment, yeah, absolutely.
But yes. And that's why they the actors felt like, well, shoot, we can use thumbprint then. It doesn't have to be red. It can just be whatever. And this is a quote-unquote carbon copy, which really ain't real because you can't copy carbon.
Oh, my gosh, you just brought me back to my typewriter days. And when you think about what that really was, you know, you're using carbon paper to make copies, but really and truly, what was really going on, we were, well, let me speak of myself. I was participating in the attempted copying of the carbon.
Yes. Yes.
It's just so.
Yes.
It's just so in your face. And
yeah.
Yeah.
And here we go signing carbon copies and giving them the carbon, and we taking the copy.
Meanwhile, they're busy saying, let's get rid of the carbon footprint.
They're not using their carbon, so we'll just fake it till we make it.
Islam, they were participating in a transaction or transfer.
Yes. Now, Empress Shasha, you said something in the previous Congress that just caused my turban to expand when you said that a certificate is a transfer document. You said that in the last Congress. And that thing hit me hard, but I didn't even say anything at the time. I just had to really think about it and absorb that information. That's why I state that our operator's affidavit is an actual document, but it's the size of a card. An affidavit can be the size of a card. There's no rule that says it can't be. That our operator's affidavit can't be the size of a driver's license. We make that. Islam, there was yes, Islam, Empress.
Islam. I had a statement and a question also regarding the operator's license. The one question is, I have missed several of the last Congresses, and I've be trying to catch up with some of the older Congresses to try to get up to speed on what I'm working on. But was the previous Congress from June 22nd, is it already uploaded to YouTube?
Yes.
And would that be the one where it's discussing or showing the operator's license?
I think we talked about it the Congress before that.
Okay, so I've missed probably the last 2 or 3. I've been trying to. I haven't even been watching the latest ones. I've been way back there on the older ones. But anyway,
well, let me say this: you're moving at the right pace. Whatever that pace is, it's right for you.
Islam, and it feels right. I'm feeling righteous right now. I really am.
Yes.
Gratitude for all of your wisdom and studies and everything. I really, really appreciate you and all of the beautiful Moors, the round table, everyone just blessing me. But I wanted to just make a statement that I grew up in the era where the milkman, where they would bring milk and juice in glass bottles to our doors, and they would come, and all our parents did was just sign or something for it.
Yeah.
And they didn't use that. And then he would come back and get the empty bottles and bring us fresh milk and juice and things like that. I grew up in that era. And then also we had a lot of Moors that had businesses right across the street, right in the community, and our parents would send us to where the Moors had their businesses, and they would write out their list of what they wanted the Moor to give them or send them as far as groceries and things. And he would get the list, and he would go over the list, and and he didn't need nothing but that he saw that your matriarch or what they wanted, and they signed it and gave it to him, and he filled their order and gave it to you, and that was it. They
ran a tab.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Oh, I was going to say they kept a tab of everything, and then maybe 30 days out, you would pay the tab.
Yes. So yeah, that's the kind of error. And because I was just thinking, I was telling my heirs, I'm like, I remember those days, and it's like it seems like a whole lifetime ago when these kind of things happened for us and with us with our parents. Mm-hmm. And I was also, I did my birth certificate bond. I did the birth certificate affidavit, and I noticed that on mine, because I was born in the 50s, mine's the corporate fiction stated that my matriarch and my patriarch are Negro. So automatically it doesn't state the child's nationality, but automatically you're whatever the parents are. Mm-hmm. And then my heirs were born in the 70s, two of them in the 80s. And so I've got the two that was born in the 80s. I have their corporate birth certificate, and it doesn't have any nationality on those at all for the parents or the child. I never paid attention to that until now.
You know what, Empress? Let me tell you what was going on when that happened. Oof. Because I thought about that, because mine doesn't have black on it. Okay.
Theirs don't have black, also American, nothing. No nationality on it at all.
You know why?
No label on it.
No race on it.
Right.
You know why though, right?
I do not know. I just looked at them just recently, and I'm like, okay, I thought maybe theirs would have said black or whatever the term was in the 80s. I don't even remember what we called ourselves in the 80s. Black and I'm proud of. I think we maybe went to African American by then. I don't know.
Well, Empress, they didn't put anything on there because anything that followed after that, you would have to declare who you are still. And once you declare, so that's why they kept putting out I'm Black and I'm Proud by James Brown and all them other, and Soul Power and Black Power and all of that, because we had to actually say it again. And when we said it, they put it in the back of the system. It was always in the back of the system. It wasn't up front until we said it. Because even then, if we had said we're white at law, because we are white at law, if we had said we were white, they would have had to go with that, and they would have had to been black, like they really are. But again, our parents had to agree that, yes, we're black. So they ran off. That's what that civil rights program was make sure they say they're black. Make sure they say it. Make sure they say it on the public record. Put it on all the paperwork and make them check it. Check the box. And that way they can say they had a choice. They chose to be black. That's why they didn't put it there, because after the 70s, after 68 and 69 and 70 and 71, really in the 60s, after the middle 60s, we had to agree again to be the blacks and the niggers and the colored and the African Americans. We had to agree to that. So our parents, they just made sure, and I'll say the corpses just made sure that our parents had televisions in the house, because they were going to push that black narrative on us regardless. Through the television. That's where Good Times and the Jeffersons and all those programs that talked about black, blackity, black, moving on up and all of that. But that was the programming. And they said, make sure that they watch those TVs, those televisions. Make sure they watch them, so that the choice they make to be black will seem like it's a choice that they made, but really it was a program. But you can't put it on the documents at first because they hadn't consented to it at first. But see, just by virtue of who issued the documents, they put black in the background.
Islam.
Yes, Islam, Empress.
I've had conversations the last couple of months, and, you know, this conversation has come up. And for a lot of the older generation, the more seasoned, when I bring that up, it's like an emotion, and it's tied to the feeling and the era, and not so the people or person, and they just can't get over that. And I'm like, no. And they're like, no, but we are. And I'm like, no, we're not. And so it's just, once they attach that emotion and the feeling and things that happen and the music and the culture with it, you know, I'm like, y'all were just sold. I just see everything just being, it was a selling of it. They were sold and hook, line, and sinker.
And that came with the fiat. That came with the debt notes.
Absolutely. So
You're
all
correct,
of it.
Empress.
And the taxes.
Yes.
Islam.
Yes. You know, that came up, that very topic right there, Empress, came up on social media the other day, where one of our brothers that we absolutely just adore because he's a genius, was saying, he said something about being black in one of his videos. It was a short video. And we don't want to see this brother go away for claiming the wrong thing and trying to invent and do things, because that's, you know, as you all know, and if you didn't know, now you know, that if you have great ideas in your brain and you're putting them out on social media and stuff and claiming to be black, after they're going to show you who you are for a while, the spirit is going to show you who you are, that you're not Negro, black, colored, and African American. But if you ignore it, then everything that you put on the record is going to be wiped away, and somebody else is going to have to take credit for it, because blacks can't own nothing, not even their own ideas. So we saw a brother, on one of our brothers that we love, but, you know, and from what we hear, he's been around more, so he knows what Moorish science is. But he claimed to be black in the video because he got hybrids in the background. And so we said to him, you know, we just put in the chat, you know, you're not Negro, black, colored, African American. You are, you know, a Moorish American. You're a Moor. And someone who was not him chimed in and said, no, don't be trying to take black culture. I'm a Moor too, but our black culture is blah 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 blah. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, this is an incompetent minor here. So what I told them was this. I said, and I say this to anybody who's talking about blackity black black black, and they better not call me black, because that's slander. So what I said to this infiltrator who I wasn't even talking to, I said, if you look at any of the ancient writings, and specifically if you look at the Biblios, the Bible, never once were we called black in those books. We were always called by our nationality, whether it be Moabite, Canaanite, whatever it is at the time, Moor included, because yes, the word Moor is in the Bible. There is a Moor mentioned in the Bible. And guess what book it's in? Judges, of course. Hint, hint. So, you know, I said in all the ancient books, that tells me that you've not been reading about yourself if you are an original indigenous ancient one. Because all the ancient books, never once do they call us black. Not even in the hypothecated, incompetently written books do they call us black. and Negro and colored and African American. They don't call us any of that. Those books say Moabites, Canaanites, the chosen people, or God. Because is it not written in your law that ye are God? That's in the book several times.
That's right. That's right.
So where did black come from? And who is it that's trying to wrap that in that slavery in nostalgia and loving, warm, fuzzy feelings of strong, powerful culture? The devil is a liar. We're not black, Negro, colored, African American. We're not that. We have a nationality, and all land has Moors at it. And when I'm talking about land and Moors, I'm talking about the place that is the safe place between land and water. It's called a Moor. That's where ships are. That's where ships are find safety. They are moored to the land. Moor means secure. Islam.
Yes, Empress. I don't have the Black's Laws Dictionary. I know that Empress Sasha has it there. Empress Sasha, could you pull up the word black on the Black's Laws Dictionary? And let's see what it says about the word black.
Well, we'll pull it up here, but we know that we're not that.
I forgot you could do that, Empress. My apologies. Yes. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you could pull it up.
So we want to be sure that it is made clear.
Yes, exactly. Make it clear, Empress.
Who we are and all of that, and nothing makes that clearer than when we demonstrate exactly who we are.
Exactly, because a lot of people, Empress, they're taking it out of the context and being disrespectful. So, it's clear.
Yeah, well, they're not talking to us, because you can't disrespect us, because if you're disrespectful, that means you obviously don't know who you're talking to.
Right.
So you're not talking to us.
No, not to any of us in particular, but the attitude that they have, about black.
Yeah, they want to make it fuzzy and warm and powerful and all of that when it's none of that. That's why we don't, whenever people try to do that, we tell them what they're doing in order to try and couch slavery into some cute, funny, whatever. See, this Black's Law Dictionary doesn't even say black. It doesn't even have the word black by itself. It's got things added to it. It says here, right here, black acre or white acre. Fictitious names used by the old writers to distinguish one parcel of land from another to avoid ambiguity as well as the inconvenience of a fuller description.
Islam. The inconvenience of a fuller description suggests a little bit of fraud going on.
Oh yes, and laziness too.
Yes, and incompetence to avoid the ambiguity as well as the inconvenience of a fuller description. Right there, it's suggesting something nefarious. If you even look at the word black, and I do these types of things with words. Remove the B, separate the B, and give the B sound. Be lack.
Just like the word bless, be less.
Be less.
Be lack.
And be blame. Be lame.
All of that. Those are not accidents.
Those are not accidents. No, not at all. Remember, each letter is actually a grimoire. It's a book of spells in each sigil, in each, character.
Yeah.
It doesn't just stand alone.
Yeah.
It's,
a little bit shifted the topic, but we're still talking about the lack of capitalism, the lack of it. It says here where warranties on a vehicle are concerned, because you know, as we're looking at this whole vehicle piece, we know that vehicles are a part of our estate. We know that. So with vehicles being a part of our estate, what about warranties? Because I was thinking about my vehicle in particular, my automobile in particular. This automobile came with so many contracts attached to it that I literally had to park it for a few years just to nullify and lapse the contracts associated with it that were previously claimed. Okay, so if you let insurance lapse, that means that there's no more claim on the vehicle by the insurance company. Same thing with the warranty. So I was asking the ancestors, how do we get rid of these contracts without having to do 5 tons of paperwork? And lapse was one. Lapse was one. It says in Washington State, several actions can void a vehicle's warranty. And when I saw this statement, I thought, well, we willed to void everything because it was without form and void anyway. So these include misuse or abuse of the vehicle, such as racing or overloading, tampering with the odometer, using improper fluids, and damage from natural disasters. Additionally, neglecting maintenance, using non-certified mechanics for repairs, or installing defective aftermarket parts can also void the warranty. And again, any corporate warranties, we willed to void those anyway. Okay, so all we did was alter the badges, alter the serial number, the VIN number, alter all of that. Because it's really not a VIN number, it's a vehicle identification number. That's really what it is. And by changing the name of what you call it, I even changed the name of this conveyance to an Empress 320. And that's what's going to go here. Empress 320 is going to go right here on this conveyance, on this automobile. Because from our perspective, that's what the E stands for. That would be considered an aftermarket modification, so it's gonna, you know, it will take away any claims that were previously had. And I'm pretty sure that's what our ancestors mean for us to do with everything that has to do with us, is to void the corporate contract. So however we do that, void the corporate contract, put it on the record that this is how it was voided. I changed all the paperwork, everything is changed, so everything is void, is null and void. Even our brother that makes the plastiline, the gasoline that made from heated plastic that works in every vehicle, when we put that in our vehicles, it's going to void all the contracts that were previously there. That's why he has to declare his nationality and stay declaring his nationality so that nothing happens with him. Because you cannot keep pushing that stuff thinking you're black. You can't do it. It can't be done because blacks can't claim anything.
Islam, Empress.
Islam nobility.
So I'm losing my thought. You said they can't claim. Oh, so that's why they stole all our ideals in enactment. Yeah, okay.
Yep, that's precisely why. And there was no remedy for that because they knew you were claiming to be black. Why? Because they were claiming to be white, and we kept calling them in the enactment judge and inventor and manager and governor and so on and so forth, and mailman and janitor. We kept giving them titles in the enactment, in the sleep. So we can't do that anymore. Because, again, it goes right back to 18 United States Code 911. 911 means it's an emergency. One of the sovereigns has messed up and called a subject a judge, or called a corpse a police officer. That's an emergency. It's against the law. So, with that being stated, are there any other questions, comments, wisdom about anything that we've stated thus far? Islam nobility.
I have a question. It's off the topic though. It's regarding the levy.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way you might direct me to that I can find about any particular, let's say for a conveyance dealer, about their debt, how much they owe on their debt? I've been trying to find, all the liens that I'm doing on some places. I'm trying to find their debt so I could calculate it by tree to add on the levy. I can't seem to get any results. I was also told by a couple of Moors that if I can't find that, I could just go ahead and use the 666 trillion onto the levy.
We use 100 million.
100 million?
Mm-hmm. On the levy, we use 100 million because even if it was $1 in gold, they still can't pay it.
Okay.
If it was 666 trillion, they certainly couldn't pay that. But even if it was 50 cents in gold, they still can't pay it because corporations can't hold gold. They can't even put it in their hand.
Right.
Islam,
so,
can I answer this?
Islam. Yes, Islam.
You got to look up the company's budget, not the debt. The budget. You got to use the proper terminology.
That's a good one.
Yes.
Oh, that's where a company's budget.
That's good nobility.
I've been researching and couldn't get no results, my brother.
Yeah.
So I'll check the company's budget. Gratitude for that information.
That's really good.
May I also add, when using the company's budget, then you're going to use that for the bond, actually, not the levy. Because as stated, as Empress Light just stated, the 100 million is on the is for the levy, and that's standard. If I'm correct on that.
He has the option to use the budget number times 3 on the levy and the bond as well, but we multiply it times 3 because and ultimately it doesn't matter because they can't pay it anyway. But to be more precise, you can do that and multiply it by 3, like he was stating, on the levy and the bond. For us, we're using standard numbers because we're doing so much at one time. So we know they can't pay it.
Right, and it does help, to keep our mental straight, especially when we're doing all these calculations. So if it's standard on 1, yes, then I got it. I'm okay. Now, if we want to do 3 on the bond, fine. Yes, I can look for, their budget and multiply that by 3 and, do whatever I need to do on that. Now, switching gears here, I do have a question. I'd like to go back to the legal and the lawful documents or affidavits that we do. And I don't know, I just need clarification because I kind of get lost in this, which is when to actually use our seals and when it needs to be raised, because I know at times, depending on what document we're sending, we can just send a copy. Because we have the original, we're just sending a copy. So does the copy need a raised seal as well? So I'm just kind of trying to clarify exactly what's going on, which documents to actually, have the impression and the seal, and it's got to be raised, all of that. Islam.
Affidavits are lawful affidavits, and legal affidavits have raised seals and gold seals on them. Whenever you're sending something like a bond or any other instrument like a bond, the bond is the one that we don't send the original to anybody. We keep the original bond.
Oh, okay.
So they can get a copy that doesn't have a raised seal on it. I usually just send the first page, the cover page of the bond, and it has a gold seal and it has the embosser, but they don't get that. They just get a copy of that first page. Yeah, Islam. They just need to know that a bond exists. They don't need to know what's in it. It's not their business.
Oh.
Islam, Empress.
Islam. I have a question. Going back to the conveyance and the number that's on the number just left me, but the number that's on the barcode number is also shown in the front.
The VIN number?
Yes, the VIN number. What do you do with the number? How it's shown in the front, or the barcode will take care of both?
I take the barcode. We didn't put a barcode on there. We took all their barcodes off, and we just put the number decapitalized on there in blue ink.
So you're able to take the barcode off the front as well?
The VIN number comes off of there. It comes, yes.
Okay.
We don't care if we have to drill a hole in it. It's coming off of there.
Okay, I got you.
But what we did was we just whatever we can jimmy under there. Usually it's we have some tools around here where we can just slip it underneath there, either a pliers or a one of those paint thinner, the thing
like a chisel, like
anything to get it out of there. And we try to do the least amount of damage to the vehicle. We don't want to scratch it all up and things, but that stuff has to come off. So, if we have to use scissors or a knife from the kitchen or a tool from the toolbox, we just find a way to get it off. And usually before we do that, Empress, we go on YouTube and search how to remove this or that. And it will give us some idea of where to start.
Okay. Islam.
Yeah.
In regards to what the Empress just stated, instead of we doing that, once you have leaned the company or the manufacturer, couldn't he instruct them and direct them to do that for us?
Do what?
To take the numbers and the letters off of the conveyance and put whatever we want to put there?
Let me answer that by asking you a question. Is it in their best interest to do that?
No, it's not.
Okay. So then, are they even going to be competent to do it? Because it's not in their interest. They weren't even trained that way to do that. There's something coming. There's something coming that's going to make all of that so much easier for all of us. That's all I can say about it now. But in the interim, the ancestors will that we introduce the energy of taking that stuff off and doing it ourselves so that they can bring the rest of the assistance to us.
Okay, I full stand.
Yeah, because those are things that we can do ourselves. See, ultimately, we created everything ourselves anyway, so we might as well go ahead and introduce the energy that says we know how to do that, because that's really what this is all about, everyone, is the more you show the ancestors that you know how to do yourself, the more access to that part of the estate you get. But if you keep waiting for somebody else to do it, then you can't have access to that part of the estate because you can't govern it. That's why we don't hesitate to get busy doing stuff. And we don't need any subjects to enact that for us. We got it. We can do it. All they have to do is show us how to do it. And then anything that I don't have, any tools that I don't have, I just say, ancestors, okay, where are my tools? And usually they say, Light, you already got them. All you got to do is look over here, look over there, do this, do that. And we do it. And they say, okay, you can have access to that part of the estate because you know how to do it. And you're demonstrating that you're willing to do it instead of waiting on somebody else to do it. Think about that, Moors, as you're looking at the things that you do regarding your estate. If it's about your heirs, if you can school your own heirs, then nobody else can claim them. The ancestors won't let anybody come in and try and claim them if you're prepared for that. But you prove that you're prepared by what you do, not by what you say. Not just by what you say, let me put it that way. Because anybody can get on YouTube and talk about all the stuff they can do. People do that all day, every day. But when that rubber meets the freaking road, what are you doing? Are you manifesting the way that all that big talk about manifesting? And that's really the point of all of this is just prove that you can do it. You don't even have to stay in that position. Just prove that you can do that. And prove that you're willing to do it. And the ancestors will say, okay, she let that energy let's send people to do that. Because see, with our permission, and that's how we demonstrate our permission is by doing it. And by stating it, with our permission, heaven is created on earth because we're showing that we will for this to be the case and we will for that to be the case. So now, let me say there's something that I'm noticing as I'm looking out, watching the changes manifest and all of that, and watching our will manifest. I'm seeing that the funny mirror history that they were putting out there is changing every day. I found out yesterday that the majority of those actors who were previously acting as millionaires and billionaires and trillionaires in around between 2006 and 2015 for most of them, but for some of them up into the 2020, 2021, 2022, the majority of them have gone to jail. That's their enactment now, because that's where they're supposed to be. I saw several videos pointing to many of them that some of us hadn't even heard of, but we heard of the companies that they were enacting being the CEOs of. When we put those documents on the public record about they're not real CEOs and all of that, I'm seeing now that the stories that we're hearing are now reflecting what we said. And I'll give you an example of that really quickly, just really quickly. This video right here, and I'll just put the link in the chat.
For decades, Madoff was Wall Street.
Just a moment. So even as when we start to look back, like say 5 years from now, we start to look back at what we were doing at this time, we're going to see that the funny mirror history is going to absolutely be saying what we've already stated. But this is just a one of many videos, and I'll put the link in the chat here. There's the link in the chat, where those that were previously, high on the hog are either in jail or dead or absolutely just poor, poverty-stricken. The poverty-stricken spirit is going where it's supposed to go. And we don't wish bad on anyone who's doing the right things. Okay, let's put that on the public record. But that won't stop bad from happening to those who are not doing things. It won't stop bad from happening to those who were enacting capitalism illegally. On another note, Islam nobility.
Before you get into that, I want to ask you about what you said concerning the bond. We only need to send the front cover page to the subject.
A copy of the cover page.
Right, yeah, a copy of the cover page to the subject in the Office of Treasury. Okay.
The subject in the office of whoever it is, whatever property you're bonding.
To the
So yeah, so like. Yeah, not the corporation, but the subjects in the office of who were, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gratitude.
Islam. Really quickly, we are the only beings who can change genetically modified foods into natural elements, chemicals, nutrients, and minerals. It's called our metabolism or metabolism. They call it metabolism. But do you all realize that we've been turning genetically modified foods, even from the previous era, we've been turning it back into carbon and all of that at great cost, But we've been changing it so that our cells keep regenerating every 7 years. So all that stuff we were eating from the previous era, our body metabolized it and changed it for our good so that we would live. It cost because some did not live in the previous era. I can't say they didn't live. They transitioned because it was hard on their system to make these modifications and changes, But we were still able to do it. And we're still doing it even to this day for those who eat genetically modified foods. But the more natural foods, even if you change one natural thing per year, your body is going to thank you for it and live. You're going to live longer and better for it. Okay. One thing that we'll state before we adjourn is that this Congress is highly focused on those of us who, whatever it is that you consider to be something that you will, whether it be a conveyance, whether it be high quality foods, whether it be a domicile, no matter what it is, we are focused on, or we're highly focused on those who already know how to fill that place in your will so that you're not ruled by that place until the domicile or the conveyance or whatever it is manifests. What do I mean by that? I mean that, for example, we will to have a new conveyance, okay? But that's not gonna rule our lives so that we just, if we didn't get a new conveyance, we were going to stop doing what we're doing and be ruled by the fact that we didn't get that when we thought we should. We're highly focused on those who are able to go beyond wants and needs, because in reality we don't have those wants and needs. Needs are things that put you on your knees to get it. We don't have those. Those who are willing to go beyond wants and needs to continue to stand and be strong and wise and peaceful as we manifest those things, because all of that stuff is here already. It's already here waiting on us and our processes. So we're highly focused on those who are strong enough, and that doesn't mean we're ignoring anyone else, but those that are strong enough to be patient to let those things manifest in the way that they should, because that's how we stay safe. And it's not that we're not safe, it's that there's security in being who we are and doing what we do and letting the ancestors give us the answers along the way. Okay? Because if you're one of those who can operate beyond wants and needs, because we all have the capacity to do that, then you can demonstrate from a place of strength, overstanding, and all of that, and wisdom. Demonstrating from a place of wisdom means that you don't have to capitulate just to get something, that you're willing to do without it if you have to, and in reality you don't. It's like what we were stating earlier. Anything that was removed, I would say, okay, you ancestors from within me, you already know what I have to do, so I'll do it however I can do it. I'm going to do it. It's going to be done. How it's done without this particular thing, we'll figure it out. Having that ability to not be stopped by anything is a high focus, because that's where access to the estate comes from, is that we operate from a place where we're strong, we're wise, and we don't capitulate just to get things, So with that being stated,
Islam Empress.
Islam nobility.
I really appreciate what you have just explained to us, and it was very interesting. Not only interesting, very important. I remembered also one time I was thinking about something that, and you have confirmed it too. You had said that it's just like everyone wants, in common terminology, to just go for the bag. But then, are you capable that when that 100 million or whatever it is you're going after, if you could manage it and govern it? It was one of the broadest things in my mind. And it brought me back now. Yeah. What you was just stating, it kind of took me back there, and it's really a serious thing. When you think deep about it, it's really a serious thing. It's no joke. And, you're not mentally and spiritually prepared for it. Forget about physical, because anything could be physical.
Yeah.
Not mentally and spiritually prepared for it, you're going to have problems. Yeah. Well, I really appreciate what you just explained and said, and gratitude for that. Yeah. And with that too, now, Empress, I have a brief question. One time I remember you was giving some information about sending your bond to the Treasury. But you had mentioned you had sent it with some other documents. What were those other documents that accompanied it?
So I sent the cover sheet, a copy of the cover sheet. But again, that's a Treasury system that just records it. We're the Treasury, so it didn't necessarily even have to go there. It depends on what that demonstration was at the time. I think it might have been a demonstration of, I don't remember exactly what the demonstration was where I sent the cover sheet to the Treasury. I would have to go back and look at that Congress to see.
Right. I've been trying to find that video before I even asked you. I was trying to find this video and I cannot find it. But I did remember you said you sent it to a company, some other document. And I'm trying to think if it was the levy and the bond.
I don't recall right offhand. You are going to have to go back and look at the video because we've done so many demonstrations.
Do you can remember the name of the video offhand?
No, but I will say this, nobility, that when it's time for you to have that information, it's going to come up.
Okay.
So, like, if you were to look for that information right now, if it's time for you to have it, it's coming.
It will come. I trust in that.
Yeah.
I trust in that, and I have a lot of proof when it comes to that.
Yeah.
So I trust that, Empress.
Yeah. Islam.
Gratitude. Enough love and respect, Empress. Thank you for all the wisdom. Thank you for all what you're doing. Enough love and respect, Empress. I pray that highest power will keep you, that you continue to do what you're doing.
Islam. We don't know anything else. We don't even know how to do anything else.
Empress, I've never met another like you. I swear to God. Never met another like you in my life. Gratitude. Enough love and
Islam. And we take the swear as in the intent that it was given. Islam. Empress Amora.
Yes. I was just backtracking. Islam. Just want to backtrack a little bit, and I don't know if people are aware when you were talking about GMO foods. Now they have a different labeling of that. They call it bioengineered foods, and they always put it in small print on the very back, underneath all the barcodes and the whatever. But they don't put it up front. You don't see it, and you always have to be looking really close to see where it says bioengineered food. That's their new trick now for a good at least maybe 2 or 3 years.
Islam.
Islam.
Thanks, Empress. For us, we don't worry about any of that stuff because we know how to cleanse. We just, we know how to do a 3-day water fast or a 10-day water fast, or we know how to do a 30-day no meat at all fast, or we did that for 2 or 3 years previously, where we just no meat for 2 or 3 years. And that's all we have to do to reset our systems, so we don't spend a whole lot of time reading labels and trying to side swipe this little red dye and side swipe that one. We stay away from most things that, and then we eat whatever else we will to eat, and then we cleanse. We drink lots of water and we cleanse. And that keeps us very healthy. Very healthy. Fasting occasionally, very healthy. So that we don't have the burden of that can be caused by overthinking something that's really simple. It doesn't matter what they put on or in it. First, as we're picking things, the ancestors the spirit is going to be showing us and telling us, even as we're picking things at the store, wherever we go for food. And then when our bodies start to give us certain signs, very minimal signs, our body doesn't have to yell at us. Our body just whispers and we say, okay, we see that, know that. If we're too acidic, our body will let us know, or if we're headed for being too acidic, our body will let us know, and then we fix it. We make the adjustment, and then we go back to enjoying whatever else we like, and that works well for us. And then when it's time for us to actually do away with something altogether, the ancestors just find a way for us to do that. They just don't bring it into our sphere anymore, So, but see, we're getting full chemical and element and mineral and protein. We're getting the full of that from our sea salt and from the water and the fasting. We get the full of that, and then we eat whatever else we want to eat after that, or we will to eat Islam. So, are there any other questions, comments, wisdom from this Congress? Islam nobility.
I was watching this movie called The Old Guard about the soldiers that they couldn't, for the most part, they couldn't die. They got shot and killed. They'll come back alive.
Really?
And yes.
You said it's called The Old Guard?
Yes.
Because I think I saw that come up on YouTube.
You got to see it.
Okay, I'm going to have to watch it, because that's probably why it came up, because it's something
And what I got from it, because I watched it before a long time ago, but then I watched it this time, and it came to me. Because we, in reference to the salt and what it does for our bodies.
Yeah.
But with them, most of them were so old that they were back in biblical time, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
But I drew from it that it was representing the ancestors in them.
Yeah. And us too, except that we, when we do things a certain way, we're not leaving here forever.
Right.
And we're already moving in that direction already. We're already doing the things, starting with the natural salt and things. It doesn't take much for us to live forever. It does not take much at all.
Islam.
Yeah. Islam, Empress.
I would like to, or I will, to share a story or a truth. So last week, I had this epiphany. I had to change my address. It was crazy. It was just blew kind of in my head, and I realized, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It was just like out of the blue, sweeping the floor or something, and it was just like, oh my God, how did I miss this for so long? It was just, so I changed it. I sent the new address to, for our natural resource and sea minerals, salt minerals list. So that was Sunday. So the Monday, I get a text message from somebody saying this person's house burned down. Well, I didn't know. I saw it, but I didn't really give it much attention. The next thing, when I looked, I got another text message saying it was the woman at the post office. Hello?
What?
Hello. I remember when you remember the who flung my mail out.
That's what I was about to ask you. The one that threw your mail on the ground?
Okay. Now
I'm so not surprised.
Neither am I, because I remember in a congressional where you made the statement, we do what we do our judgments, do our affidavits, and carry on.
Yes.
Remedy may come in ways you may not even imagine.
And see, the ancestors will let us know that remedy has been given.
Because, and listen, it was my address. I had to, I don't even know how that for so long, I made the change, send it out there, and that's not me. I'm not gloating. I'm not doing anything like that. I'm sharing a truth. And the power that walks with our blood right, our sovereignty, our competence.
Yes.
That's
Empress, when I say that our ancestors do not play with anybody when it comes to us, they don't.
They do not.
When we do what we're supposed to do, anybody thinking that they're going to play games better watch out.
I know this. And I know that others know this because they messaged me. I didn't have to know. I wouldn't have known.
But the ancestors meant for you to know because your energy was right about that whole situation.
And that's it.
You didn't have to hold a grudge against whoever that was.
Not at all.
Just do the job. Just do what you're supposed to do. Period.
Yeah. And that's it.
And don't worry about the rest. I've seen it too many times, Empress. I've seen it too many times. I see it all the time.
Yep.
Our ancestors are very sensitive about us.
Yes. They are.
And all we have to do is keep doing what we're doing and stand back and see and watch them do what they do.
And watch. Honestly, a couple days ago, let's see, it was the new moon. My phone just stopped. 2 days. Stopped.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I didn't panic or anything. Yes, it was a little inconvenient. But I ended up getting some downloads. That's all I can call it.
Yeah.
I ended up getting some downloads, and I was shown things that I had known or come into contact with. It was that from years ago, and and then I also got this. I just got this knowledge again, or remembrance of the fact that the power to even fix the phone is in my hands.
Yes.
And my tongue.
Yes. Yes.
And I took the phone and I literally commanded the phone. I connected with some ancestors and energy, and do you know, well, I don't even have to say do you know, but the phone was repaired.
Of course. That's what I was stating about the ancestors just will that we introduce the energy of whatever it is into the atmosphere. They'll multiply that energy.
Exactly.
Introduce the energy of properly stating a conveyance, an automobile, and best know that one is on the way.
Yeah.
One is on the way. So
Islam.
All we have to do, and that's one of the greatest advice and counsel that our great Sheikh Taj gave to us. And he said it on multiple occasions, just keep doing what you're doing and you will see what it is you will to see.
Islam.
And he was right about that.
I've even had the ancestors tell me those exact words.
Mm-hmm.
I've had them tell me those exact words.
Mm-hmm.
I've even had our Grand Sheikh tell me those exact words.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
One of these days, and I I'll ask him before I do it but I think I asked him previously anyway, because I always, whenever we would talk to each other, a couple of times I asked him if I could record the conversation, and he always says yes, because he says the same things individually that he says publicly. And one of these days, I'm going to play a couple of those conversations that we had, so that just for edification of the body, just to edify the grand body about everything, any questions that we have, because I was asking some elementary questions in some of those instances, some basic questions, basic ones. And he always came back with the heaviest spiritual truth that just caused the turban to expand, you know. So at some point I'll play one or two of those just so that we can hear, including when he came to our Congress, and he's been to our Congress a couple of times, and you know, the first time he came, he just wanted to hear because he had been hearing so many things about what we do, that he said, I'm here, but I just really came to listen, to hear, because he wanted to hear what all the commotion was about. Ooh, yeah. And he heard, and he hears even to this day. That's why we put the things on the public record, so that everyone can hear. Yep. And be inspired the same way that we've been inspired from what we heard and what we hear from each other, because it's a two-way street. It's an eternal circle. Yeah. It's infinite. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom? Islam. So we will adjourn at this time, and we will meet again on Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 6 post-meridian Eastern, Islam. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs, Islam.
Peace and grand. Peace and love, enough love and respect.
Gratitude, Lord, my erudition. Love. Much success to you.
Peace and
love.
Peace and love. Peace and love. Thank you.
Islam.
Peace and love to the Moors.
Peace and love. Peace and love. Islam. Islam.